my driver, who would have been down here, Josh Forner from Waxahachie, Texas. Josh Forner was singing a little song to himself. It's like, we're going to ASP Flea, which is where we're going. He said, I hope we don't hit an IED. And not more than 2 seconds later, most of the Iraqi populace understood at this time that if you're seeing flags, if you're seeing flares, it's best to get off the side of the road because that big old American machine's coming through. Well, we had one that didn't. Instead of moving off the side of the road, he squared, and he came center line with us. So I racked, and I said, stand by for fire. And so I launched off 6 rounds. As part of my quiet boot camp promise to God to get me through this, one of the quiet things that I agreed to do was EOD. At one point they found us, and that's when it turned into a like 7-hour-long running gunfight. If I was called in my life to go serve in that capacity, I would be hard-pressed to say no. So whatever that looks like, whether it's representation at the state level or running for a national office, if and when that time comes, if it's part of God's plan for me, then I will hop on board. They joke about us being crayon eaters in the Marine Corps, but it's a fun joke, but it's nowhere near true. Some of the most intelligent people I've ever run into were in the military, and it's just who they were and what they wanted to do. They knew their purpose, and it was refreshing to be with them.
So I count you as one of those individuals, savage, but also, I can't use the term because someone else has trademarked it, but you're a scholar and a warrior, equal parts. And it's very unique. So I'm glad to have you speaking with us and part of the Real Plastic Heroes mission. What was also interesting about your background too is a lot of people struggle. I think most people struggle to find out what their purpose is in life and what they should do. And I think that's extremely difficult probably when you're coming out of the military. You've had vastly different worlds from, fighting a war to living in a town, having a normal 9-to-5. But you also seem to have excelled in that area too. You bootstrapped yourself and got a law license.
Yes, it took a while. So I will say this, the transition out was probably the most difficult period of my life. The military gives you task and purpose. Like, everybody has an MOS, you're assigned a job, you know what you're supposed to do as part of the big machine. And you do it day in and day out, and it makes sense because everything that you do is for the purpose of winning wars and making sure that we have a constitutional republic. When you get out of the military, that leaves. And so trying to figure out what your own task and purpose is, some people can get lost on that journey. And unfortunately, sometimes that comes with depression because they don't feel like they're doing anything anymore. They don't feel like they're serving a purpose. And I went through the same things. But once I figured out what my task and purpose was and I reassigned it to myself, I have done, I would say, okay for myself, but I enjoy it. I finally enjoy life again in the same amount of vigor that I enjoyed the Marine Corps. I grew up in Pierre, South Dakota. I was born in Rosebud, South Dakota, and moved to Pierre in 1987 when I was 3. My mom remarried a nice gentleman named James Duchar. This is the man that raised me. So throughout this, if you hear me reference my dad, this is my dad. He worked for the Department of Highway Maintenance. He was a road worker for 27 years, hard labor. That was him. That was who he was. But he gave me so much principles of how to be a good person and how to contribute not only to yourself, but your family and your community. So he was a prime example of what I thought it meant to be a good man as you're growing up. Unfortunately, him and my mom divorced when I was 16, and I really felt like my family had kind of fallen apart around that time. I was put on CHINS, which is a child in need of supervision. It's a legal process in the state of South Dakota to essentially give you a probation officer and to make sure that you don't go completely off the rails. And as part of that, I left my hometown when I was 17, and I went to the Job Corps, Box Elder Job Corps, which is a facility it's actually a string of facilities that's run by the Department of Forestry, but what they used to be is the Civilian Conservation Corps. So when that started up as part of the WPA back in the 1940s, they used to be these training camps for young men to give them jobs and then send them out into the world. Now it's co-ed, but it's essentially the same thing. You have to show up, at a minimum, you have to get a GED. Maximum, you can get a high school diploma. And then at my facility where I was at in Box Elder, there was 7 different job fields that you could choose. So I chose to be a welder. And I learned how to do all positions, welding up to, and techniques up to 1 inch of thickness. And then most of our guys that graduated the program went on to go work in the oil and coal fields out in Wyoming. I joined the Marine Corps from Box Elder Job Corps. I got my GED the first month I was there. I'm still very proud of having a GED because it's a starting point. It's not a finishing point. And then I joined the Marine Corps and stayed happy for 15 years doing that.
That's awesome. What did you like doing as a kid?
I played a lot in the woods as a kid. So I had a baseball team of brothers and sisters. There was 8 of us between my dad's kids, my mom, and then together they had another one. So there was a ton of us. I liked nothing more than to be alone. So I would go out to the woods and just hang out all day if I could. My brother and I would go fishing. We live right on the Missouri River, so we would go swimming, just staying outside essentially all day. I knew I was going to be in the military from a very, very young age. I was super interested in it. A friend of mine from down the alley, we would make little military maps, and I memorized semaphore flags. And so we would write messages back and forth in semaphore flags. We would, find sticks and make them into guns, and then, plan missions around the neighborhood and around the house. So it was something that had kind of always called to me. I knew it was going to be there in some way, shape, or form. I just didn't know what capacity that was going to be in until I was closer to graduation.
So no surprise that you joined the military then. What did you do anything as a kid that prepared you for that life, maybe physically or mentally?
Not at all. So I was not, I ran cross country 1 year in 7th grade, hated it, and then didn't really do team sports after that, right? And in my household, it was you either have a job or you're in sports. None of the sports interested me, so I started working pretty early. All my jobs were food oriented. I was a dishwasher at a hunting lodge. I worked at Domino's Pizza. I worked at a grocery store. But I was catching close to like 25, 30 hours a week outside of school. And I just enjoyed working. It kept me away from home where things were not the best. And since my parents were divorced, there wasn't really anybody to be home with anyway. So it made more sense to me to work. So I guess instilling a work ethic, which my dad was proud of and he encouraged. Other than that, no, there was nothing really that, pipelined me into a military lifestyle. Maybe reading a lot of military books, but that was about it.
Can you think of any books or movies or anything that you think probably influenced you a little bit or steered you towards the military?
Yes. So there was, in my high school library, there was a Time Life series of books on the Army in World War II. And it started with like the African and then the Italian campaigns. Normandy was a huge set of these books. And then Battle of the Bulge, and then all the way up to meeting in Germany, meeting the Red Army. And I thought that was great. I thought it was amazing. My grandfather on my birth father's side had been in the Army, and I was like, well, that's amazing. Those guys did great work. And so I read through all the books in the school library about the Army, and I thought, that's it. That's what I'm going to do. And then 9/11 happened, right? In my junior year, and we were all very incensed about it. I went home and I begged my mother to let me join the National Guard because you could do it at 17. And then they would send you in the summer, one summer you come back, do your senior year, and then the next summer you would go to your MOS school. And she was having none of it. She said, if you want to do that, you have to do it on your own terms and with your own signature. I said, very well. So I went out to Job Corps, and there was a guy named Jim Schlater there. He was a camp counselor, for lack of a better term. But Jim Schlater had just gotten out of like 22 years in the United States Navy. He had finished up recruiting in Rapid City, which was near us, but he's a Navy SEAL, right? And he looks every bit the Navy SEAL. Big, tall, jack dude, quiet, just really nice guy. but he knew the Marine recruiters currently. And so after talking to him for a little bit, he was like, you don't want to join the Army? It's not your fit. And he had worked with enough Marines that he said, you know what, I'm going to put you in contact with the Marines, and then we'll see how it goes. And so he did, and it's kind of a long story short after that.
The enlistment process, so he kind of steered you that way. Who did he advise you through the enlistment process as well, or did he just kind of point you in the right direction and off you went?
He pointed me in the right directions. My recruiters that I had, Gunnery Sergeant Glenn Gray, Staff Sergeant Scott Von Brute, and Staff Sergeant Jeff Shevchek. I can't even spell his last name, it's Polish. But they took care of me throughout the entirety of what that process was going to be. And it was stretched out. I depped in August of 2002, and then I didn't ship until March of 2003. So I had a little bit of time to kind of wrap my mind around it. And there was another Marine that worked at the Job Corps. His name was David Brickley. Brickley had done 4 years in the reserves somewhere else, and then came up to Rapid City and was still an active reservist. And so he talked to me probably every day about truly what it looked like, how life was going to be, and then the things that they don't tell you on the recruiting posters, you know, the hard parts. He talked me through that, and throughout all of that, it wasn't anything that made me want to like get off the bus. You know what I mean? It just kind of made sense to me that the Marine Corps was the way that he was describing it. And I was like, well, I can handle that. It sounds a lot like my dad. So I just decided to roll with it.
So you got what you expected through that enlistment process, no real big surprises or anything like that?
None at all. The only surprise that I got was that my recruiters took care of me. They gave me a sign-on bonus, and Gunny Gray didn't tell me about that until the day I shipped. But I got a $3,000 bonus for signing into the infantry, which is what I wanted to do anyway, right? When I had first stopped into their office, he put a big MOS book down in front of me because I had already taken my ASVAB. And he said, you need to read through this book and give me the top 5 MOSs that you want to be. I said, I just want to go be in the infantry. And I didn't even look at the book. He said, you need to look at the book. I said, I don't need to look at the book. If you want me to look in here, I'm going to walk away. And so he said, all right, very well, you're going to be in the infantry.
That's awesome. Yeah. I've heard talking to other veterans too that when they got into the military, they didn't really realize how awesome the infantry was. And so they actually transitioned from other places to the infantry.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had that with my second deployment going to Iraq. We picked up a bunch of Marines that were cooks, bakers, candlestick makers, but we needed bodies. So we got guys from, we were in 29 Palms, but we got guys from Pendleton and Del Mar and all sorts of different MOSs, tankers, HE operators, radio guys. And we're like, well, welcome to the infantry, because every Marine's a rifleman. And we trained those guys up in a period of 6 months, and they were a very, very effective machine guns platoon. And then at the end of that deployment, 2 people actually put in to have their MOS changed and go to the School of Infantry so that they could be 03 Marines.
That's awesome. How was the training process like for you? Boot camp, advanced infantry training, if you did any of that?
Oh,
forgive me for not knowing all the
no, it's fine. So boot camp was intense. It was an emotional time for me, and I'm not really what I would call an emotional person, but I had a come to Jesus moment where I had to figure out between myself and God if this was going to be the right choice for me, because early on it didn't seem like it. So I made a quiet promise. I said, if you get me out of this in whatever way that looks like, or get me through this, I will do something quiet and productive with my life. Just help me out here. And so it wasn't until about the 6th or 7th week of boot camp that I really kind of started feeling the vibe. And I was like, okay, maybe this is a great choice. Maybe this is something that I can do. Boot camp is intensive just because it's so strange. You get thrown into this world and they have new terms for everything. It's no longer a flashlight. It's a moonbeam. It's not running shoes. They're go fasters and bulkheads and all the naval terminology that they started throwing out. I was like, man, this is so intensively weird. And the one thing that I had to wrap my mind around is the entirety of my enlistment was not going to be boot camp intensive. You know what I mean? And so once I figured that out, I was more okay with just hugging the cactus and getting through boot camp so that I could go on and, live a real life as a Marine rather than as a recruit, because those are two two different worlds. And so that was good. School of Infantry was intensive, more so physically and building up mental endurance than boot camp ever was, because it was so busy. We would roll Monday, sometimes all the way through Saturdays, and it was a lot of field work because we're infantry Marines. So learning the basics of the infantry package, because everybody goes through the 0311, the rifleman package. There's a basic package for that. And then at the end of that, based off of your scores, and then also your top MOSs that you pick, then you feed into your actual 03 MOS. I was so in love with mortars and the concept of mortars when I went through that. That's all I put for my choices. I didn't put anything else. I wanted to be a mortarman. And so I got my choice as mortarman. We went through with that. And then as you're doing that, you're also doing weapons hikes where you have to, hike with your weapon system. The first hike that you do is with the medium version of your weapon system. So medium mortars, 60 millimeters. You're hiking around with that. And those are so ungainly, right? There's no good way to carry those. Plus the base plates are like sewer lids that you just have to strap on. And that's where the mental endurance comes through. And I think the Marine Corps does a great job, especially at the School of Infantry, of training up your mental endurance, that whatever you're going to do, and we knew, this was 2003, August, September of 2003, we knew we were going to Iraq. Whatever unit we went to, we knew we were going to go to Iraq. Afghanistan was on the map, but it wasn't a guarantee that you were going to go to Afghanistan. Iraq was definitely happening because the invasion had just occurred 5 or 6 months prior. So we knew it was on. And so all of our instructors made sure to make it as mentally tough as they could, knowing that for 7 months at a time, your life is going to be at least that tough, if not tougher. So I would give the Marine Corps extreme kudos on their ability to, it's called stress inoculation, right? They did a wonderful job of it. They really taught us how to just kind of lean into it, hug the cactus, and to get through it. It hurt, but it was beautiful.
Hugging the cactus, is that a term you picked up in the military? Yeah. I've never heard it before. I really like it though.
I mean, it makes sense.
It does.
If you think about it, sometimes you just have to hug the cactus and make the best of it. And it's not your friend. It's not going to be a good time, but enjoy it. You ever run into cholla cactus?
I wouldn't know it if I just know I don't like cactus.
Okay, so they have a lot of cholla on San Clemente Island, which is just off the coast of California. But cholla cactus is kind of disjointed. It grows up in like these stalks that are maybe silver dollar size, but they grow up, they'll have a joint, they turn, but they're very, very straight thorns, but they're fragile. And the whole thing is, if you bump into a cholla, those things are designed to hook you and then go with you and break off the plant and then keep going. They're horrible. I squatted down into cholla once while we were doing a bomb clearance, and I got so many in the back of my pants, my legs. I dropped my pants in the field and handed a friend we used to carry these pliers around, these EOD pliers. I was like, you need to pull these out.
What was the thought or the feeling? I mean, because you knew you were going to Iraq. At that time, in your mind, what was the mission there? What were your thoughts on it?
So we were still early in. We knew that there was an insurgency that was starting to bud, and it was twofold for us. We were told that we were going to be doing counterinsurgency. We knew that. Coin operations were big for us. And my platoon specifically, they made us, God, there's a term that's escaping me right now, but CAP, Combined Action Platoon, is what they were going to have us do. So the whole concept of that comes out of Vietnam, because they had CAP platoons in Vietnam, where you essentially push out and go live among the locals, try to ingratiate yourself with them so that you can figure out who the enemy is, and then either directly engage them or pass all of that intelligence off so that if big Marine Corps, big Army, whoever wanted to do direct engagements, at least you would have that. So we knew we were going to do that. By the time that I shipped to Okinawa in December of 2003, Saddam Hussein was still in hiding. So he was still on the target list, and at least one of his sons was still alive. The day I landed in Okinawa is the plane captain actually came on and had announced that they captured Saddam Hussein, right? And so I thought it was going to be done. I thought I had missed the train, and I was disappointed. So I was like, well, it's done. We'll be able to depose him as a leader. We'll be able to install a new government. And in my mind, it was going to be such a quick process that I was going to miss out on all the combat and everything. And holy cow, was I wrong. Because there was years of it still left in store. But that was our general expectation, is that we were going to go do some patrolling, maybe get into small firefights, but mainly what we were going to try to do is help the Iraqis set up their own government so that we could then get out and, be ready to go do other things. But I don't think any of us understood the concept that we were going to be there for years, and that it was going to last as long as it did, and that it was going to get as bloody as it did, because post-invasion and then post-Saddam's capture was bloodier than the entire invasion. And to us, that was kind of inconceivable that it was going to go that way. So I didn't expect it going into Iraq I got there in February of, late February, early March of 2004. I did not think it was going to be what it was. And I got told in no uncertain terms that it was going to be real different real quick.
You certainly arrived at a tumultuous time. You were part of one of Phantom Fury 2 Phantom Fury, which is the second Battle of Fallujah you were in. It was one of the biggest military operations since Vietnam.
Yes. And on the ground, again, outside looking in, it probably looked like that, but to us, it didn't occur to us that it was going to be on par with Tet and the whole Tet Offensive or Quezon. Fallujah 1, which I was there for too, didn't have that feeling. And then we got disappointed with Fallujah 1 because as we were moving into the city, we got told to stop because, all the white flags started coming up. It turned into negotiations. Even General Mattis said, this is bullshit, and you can quote me. I remember reading that in the whatever little newspaper that they published for us, whatever. Anyway, so that was a disappointment when that happened, which is why Fallujah 2 was so much more satisfying, because for any of us that had been there for Fallujah 1, going into Fallujah 2, knowing that this was a no holds barred, we're going to take down every inch of this city, was super satisfying. But we didn't think it was, historic by any means. We just knew that we were there to punch some people in the face, and that's what it was going to be.
So if we go back to the first Battle of Fallujah, what was obviously we know what General Mattis thought of it, and in retrospect, I think we probably all agree that it was not a good idea to stop and then come back later, but what were your thoughts when they did tell you to stop and eventually leave and let the Iraqis take back?
Oh, we thought it was bullshit too. General Mattis just did a great job of, being the voice for the Marine Corps at that time, because we were all excited about it. We had been in Iraq for a few months. Like my battalion 3-4, we had been out in western Iraq in the Anbar province around Al-Assad and a couple smaller towns, Little Anna, and going all the way up the Euphrates River. And so we were out there in the middle of the desert. There was nothing out there. And it was kind of boring for a lot of it because we were patrolling and not seeing anything. And, you're looking at miles of desert that looks like a Martian landscape, kind of questioning yourself, what are we doing here? And then out of nowhere, we got this order like, hey, we're going to Fallujah. It's going to be a fight. So let's get after it. And we were all excited for it. During the briefings, we were all excited. And then even in the 2 or 3 days before, we were taking enemy rockets on Camp Fallujah. Like I remember one time we were getting a brief from either our battalion or company commander in this whole holding area that was like a football field big, and we had a couple 107 rockets come peeling in. And so that's when you knew this is real, it's going to be intense, and there's no quitting. We're playing for keeps. So when you go in with that attitude, and you take the dogs off the leash, it's very, very hard to get them back on the leash again. So once we had experienced that, and every one of us in 3-4 had experienced some sort of firefighting during that whole first phase, now we had to pull back and go back to these quiet places where we were. And it was very hard to kind of get through that mentally. Like, what are we doing here? Are we here for combat intensive operations or are we not? And it kind of caused us to be frustrated with not our general grade leadership and below, but that political level of leadership that we were all aware of. It was very frustrating to have our strings being pulled from Washington, D.C. when it was so different on the ground versus what they're seeing in Washington, D.C. versus what their goals are as weighed against our goals. Because in the short term, my goal is to kill everybody in the city. And if we can do that, we'll make it quiet here, because it was basically the capital of the insurgency. So we figured, just in the lower enlisted mind, that if we could go in there and kill everybody that's bad, then it's going to give everybody else in the country the ability to have that fresh start to like start building the democracy building blocks. We truly thought for what it was, that if we could destroy this, and then Ramadi was also tied into it, but if we could destroy Fallujah and if we could destroy Ramadi, the two bad guy holdouts, then we could move forward with the mission of, getting this country onto its feet. We could install some democracy. We could let them have their own elections, and then we could get out. We could be done. And it was not that way.
So the mission made sense at first, and then you got the sense that politicians were essentially changing the mission.
Yes.
What I get the sense that that's basic, whether anyone realizes it or not. That's kind of the case for the entire 20-something years at war. It's ultimately politicians that drive what the larger strategy is, and then they trickle down to all the military leadership. Just to pause for a moment before we actually talk about combat, what could change that? Because obviously that was a mistake for them to pull everybody back, and everyone saw why it was a mistake in the second Battle of Fallujah. How could we have avoided that?
So the way to avoid that, and this has been going on, I could give you examples of Secretary McNamara and President Lyndon Johnson. They were very much involved and making positions all about political expediency, sometimes having to do with campaigns. What information should we keep quiet because the election cycle is coming up? So if you could disconnect politicians from their individual goals of maintaining their office and their damn power, and you could have people that were constitutionally oriented and bottom line goal oriented, there needs to be a greater, and it has to be a legitimate law separation. To have the actual military leaders dictating operations on the ground, and then basically giving Washington not a whole lot of options, but like, if you want something done, great. I need to do it my way. The military needs to do it our way. We need to do it lawfully, right? We're not here to commit war crimes, but a war is an intensive operation, and you don't win wars by letting other people live. You don't. So separating that out, and like I said, doing it through a legal, a lawful, legislated means is what needs to happen. Because when you have the lines set up the way that they are now, where the president is the commander-in-chief, which I understand that and I can agree with, but when you have a president that has no military experience dictating military operations, and this trickles down through the executive department, when you have everybody in Washington who has policy goals in mind but have never conducted a military operation and see the military as a tool instead of seeing them as people and seeing them as the treasure that they are, because the greatest blood and treasure that we have in America is our military, is our young men and women that we allow to put on the cloth of our nation and go fight for the Constitution. So when you have people that are not wielding that tool correctly because they have never served and they don't understand what that looks like, that's where we run into problems. And it's been the same from Johnson and McNamara all the way through even the Bush era. Between him and Paul Bremer and the generals that we had on the ground, there was such a schism on how we should be doing things that it caused a continuation of operations long beyond where we needed them to be. Had we just stuck to our military goals, and yes, I'm biased, had we just stuck to those goals, we could have been in and out much sooner and with much less cost of lives, blood, and treasure.
I agree. I think history's proven that viewpoint right. So that's what needs to happen. How do you, in your opinion, how do you get there? What's preventing that from happening?
It's our lack of civic engagement from our veteran force into our political force. So like you detailed earlier at the start of the interview, we've got a 20-year veteran population now that has served either in Iraq or Afghanistan or sometimes both. And out of that population, you've got some that have served in intensive combat roles. Even if you didn't serve in an intensive combat role, you still understand what it means to be the tool of foreign policy that the military is. And we get a lot of great young men and women that leave the military that don't go and engage in politics anywhere, ever. Some of them don't even vote for the rest of their life, which is amazing. But if you look at the congressional population in 1950 to about 1965, and you look at all those who had served in those Congresses versus how many we've got now, you can name on one hand who we've got. And it doesn't matter what party they go into, because it should be oppositional in the parties. But the military experience that we have tempers your decision making in a different way, and you can at least understand what we've got going on. I mean, right now you've got Tammy Duckworth, who's a double amputee and a former pilot. She's great. She's a Democrat. I'm not. I don't care. I love her. She's doing what she feels she needs to do. She's getting engaged in the political process in America. You've got Brian Mast, who's an EOD technician. Again, another double amputee out of Florida. He's a congressman. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he's doing what he needs to do. You've got Dan Crenshaw. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he's doing what he needs to do as part of the veteran population trying to engage. So if we could get more of this, both at the state level and then certainly at the national level, we would have a lot more understanding of what it means to wield the tool of the military, which is the greatest military that the planet has ever seen, against our enemies and with our friends across this globe. It would be extremely different.
Do you think it's a lack of interest in terms of veterans wanting to do that? Is it a lack of support from the civilians who need to vote for them? Or is it the existing ruling class in Washington that prevents that even from happening?
I think you've got a ruling class issue first and foremost. And then we'll get into the two other groups. But the ruling class in Washington might as well not even have a party, right? Because it's the ruling class. And we've developed a quasi-feudal relationship between Washington and here. We've got congressional representatives, both in the Senate and the Congress, that spend most of their time in Washington instead of spending their time in their home districts where they're supposed to. They don't carry the issues forward for us. If you read the Declaration of Independence, one of the big issues that we had was being ruled by people in far-off lands. And that's essentially what we've come back to now, is we've got all these people that go to Washington and essentially disappear and then dictate to us from Washington what it looks like. So breaking into that ruling class without drinking their Kool-Aid and fully signing on board with what they've got going on, which would essentially defeat the point of trying to be oppositional to them, is no purpose, right? Apathy from veterans. This is probably the biggest one. So one of the things that does happen in the military is you spend a lot of time letting other people dictate your life, because that is a large part of what the military is. We follow orders and we do it extremely well. There's a point of pride that should be taken with that. But it can grow old after a while. You just kind of chafe under it after a while. And it's at that point that most people are ready to retire and then they get out. And it becomes such a strong life force for them that they don't want to do what other people tell them to do anymore. So they choose very individualistic, quiet pursuits, which absolutely, God bless you, there's nothing wrong with that. But what it does is it causes them not to engage, like I just talked about, in the political process and in the other processes, because it involves having to put yourself out there for a little bit. And then it also involves having to a degree, do what other people tell you to do. Because as a politician, the concept is, and it's not always true in practice, but the concept is that you work for the citizens. So again, you have to put yourself to a limited degree at the behest and control of other people. And so if that's not something that you want in your life, obviously they're not going to do that. Civilian population. We have gotten so far away from engaging our civilian population in civics, basic civics, that they don't understand how much effect that they could have on foreign policy, national policy, and they don't even, and I'm not saying everybody, but there's a large segment of the population that doesn't understand how our government works and what the checks and balances are. And so the government has been able to do a lot of things with our citizenry without a whole lot of pushback. And then when the pushback does come, there's a lot of infighting. So if you've ever heard phrasing to the effect that some people will become so buried in the system that they will fight to keep it the same, even though it's harmful to themselves, rather than change it. That's what we see. So I think we would need a lot more education, starting at a younger age, going all the way up through college age, to civically educate people on what it is you can and can't do. And what we've missed the boat on is the way that the government used to work. The government used to have to get permission from the citizens to do a lot of what they do now. And that was before the income tax. So before we had income taxes and before that we were just generally funding the government The government had to come to the citizens and ask for money for big projects or big things that it wanted to do. Say if they wanted to go to war, the government had to sell war bonds. And if the American citizens didn't want it, they wouldn't just rely on their representatives in the Congress to say no and vote against it. What they would do is not give money to it. And if the government didn't have that money source, it wasn't going to happen. So I would love to see a repeal of the income tax so that the government would once again have to go back to asking the American citizens for money to do things, because there's so many things that our leaders in Washington, the elite, as we've referred to them here, that they do without regard to the general citizenry. Let's look at what's going on in Ukraine. Whether you agree with Ukraine or not, the United States Congress has sent billions of dollars into Ukraine. And when you go interview people on the streets here, they're asking, where does that money go? Why is there no audit process for it? And why are we sending those billions overseas when we can't do things here that we want to do? We've got bridges collapsing. We've got roads crumbling. We've got homeless veterans. We've got homeless non-veterans. We've got people, schools that have horrible testing scores as it relates to the rest of the world. And we're not investing in our own company. And that is a tragedy.
It's interesting. We first talking about combat. We're in Fallujah. A couple questions. We've gone all the way up through how our money is taken from us via an income tax and spent in ways that we don't agree with. That's the exact reason that I think America needs to hear from veterans is you see at a ground level life and death issues, how you're moved around the battlefield or off of it. All this relates to life in America and the direction that our country's headed. But this is not the first interview where that exact same progression has happened. Talking about combat, and we landed on the income tax at least 2 or 3 times already.
That does not surprise me. And the thing of it is, it actually does logically tie through and come together. But another good thing that we've lost in America is critical thinking and the ability to step back and objectively look at things, whether or not you agree with it, but just to be able to analyze it. Because we've become so polarized in this country that analyzing things from the other point of view is almost a societal sacrilege, and that to me is so nonsensical. I don't get it.
So if you can, let's talk a little bit about combat in the first and second Battle of Fallujah. If you can take someone who doesn't know what they're looking at, doesn't know what it's like, and have them picture it. So as descriptive as you can be. And you can even think about a specific moment that comes to mind.
There's two. One from the first Battle of Fallujah, and then one will be from the second Battle of Fallujah. But first Battle of Fallujah, we spread out all of our forces on the east and then kind of arced around to the north side of the city all the way up to the river. There's a dividing line somewhere in there where 1st Marine Regiment was over there, 7th Marine Regiment was on the east side of the city. But where we had lined up on the day that we were walking into Fallujah 1, we were up on, they have these overpasses, cloverleaf overpasses, right, on the east side of the city. And so we had driven up on the top, we had spaced our vehicles out, oriented towards the city, and we were going to do what they call wagon wheel into the city. And we get up at the top of the cloverleaf there, and I was a dismount for my truck because the Marine Corps in its wisdom, knowing that I was trained in mortars, assigned me to a machine guns platoon. And so I was a dismount after that. And so I hopped out of this vehicle. It was me, this kid named Matt Fresquez. He's from New Mexico. He was our corpsman. Smart mouth on that kid. I loved him. And Nick Kershaw was driving our truck, and Miles Compton is up in the gun, and we had a tow missile truck. And the whole point was to walk down this hillside and into the city. And as we got closer to the city, we were going to coalesce as a platoon, and we were going to start going door to door. We were going to start knocking on doors with gun support. And as I stood there, it was so hot. It was like 100 and some odd degrees, late March, early April, whatever it was. And I looked out across the city, because it's a big city, and you can see nothing but minarets all the way across. And I thought, well, this is it. This is really what we're doing. And I tried to slow my heart rate down because it was pretty intensive. And there's all the last minute checks that you're doing in your head, from like, do I have my gear situated correctly? Do I have 28 rounds in each magazine? How many magazines do I have? Did I refill my water? Man, I just need to take a piss. All those things. And then as soon as we got the order to start walking, it leaves. And then it turns into a very, very focused, emotions don't matter at this point. Everything else is turned off at this point. Now it's just performance time. And we started walking down in the city, and we coalesced. We had this Sergeant Vinny Molina from Brooklyn. He was a former Fast Company guy, so he was very experienced in the training for urban environments. So doing building related stuff, indoor combat, CQB, close quarters battle. And so having him there was nice. But there was one point where the first door we kicked, I was with a guy named Lucas Matthews, and I had my gun ready to go. I was standing back. Somebody else was going to kick that door, but I was the first one on that door. We kicked it, and thank God nobody behind that door. But that moment in time, and I'm sure it is that way for everybody, no matter how many doors you kick. It's an all or nothing prospect, and you truly understand it in the depth of your soul that whatever happens, you are going to work as intensely as possible, not only to make sure that you get through it, because that's kind of a secondary concern, but all these gentlemen that you have with you, you are going to do everything that you can to include crawling and biting if you have to get out of there, and to get out of there with them, to make sure that everybody else on the other side is not moving when you leave. So it's emotionally intensive in that respect, but it was also a lot of fun because it's super exhilarating. There's nothing on the planet that is so satisfying as survival, right? Adrenaline junkies get this. People that make it through like car wrecks, plane crashes, there's a sense of exhilaration that when you get through that wow, now you can do anything, because you kick a few doors, you get through a few gunfights, and then your confidence builds as you're going through these things. You still have a very real and present sense of caution, but your confidence builds more and more. It doesn't get dangerous until you get to the point of saying, fuck it, right? And it can happen if you've been awake for too long, if you've been hungry for too long, if you've been in too many gunfights, if you've seen too many of your guys get injured, then you become just this emotionally barren person who's operating. And it's at that point that if you truly don't care about you or what happens, then dangerous things can happen. We call that complacency in the Marine Corps. If you get too complacent about things, then it can kill. So complacency kills was the thing that we always heard. And there's ways to mitigate against that. You can, step back, do quick resets if you can. Maybe you're not going to be the first guy in the stack for the next couple of stacks. Maybe we need to rotate you to the back of the stack. But there's ways that can get there. All that being said, when we got to our stopping point, we were so hungry to keep going that it was just more emotionally frustrating to stand and to sit in this one spot and see the city and to take fire from the city and not be able to do anything about it. On Fallujah 2, we knew, I think everybody knew in the depth of your soul that this one's different and there's no stopping us at all this time. We sat outside the city for like 7 or 8 hours in the dark and just listened to air come in and drop. And they dropped for like 8 hours intensively. Artillery was dropping for hours intensively. You could see all the white phosphorus rounds. And it was like 4th of July onto a city, and you knew it was nothing but hate, anger, and discontent getting spewed all over that city. But it was exciting. And it started to rain. It was cold. It was November. And one of the explosive breach lines, I can't remember what caused it, but a water main had burst, right? So we had to adjust our entry points. 7th Marines had to adjust our entry points into the city to deal with this. And as we're getting ready to drive through it in our Humvee, I was driving at this time, This guy named Brooks Neal Timmy, from Louisiana. He said, "Listen, Murph, if we get through this water portion without getting stuck, we're going to name this Humvee Gertrude after my grandma." I was like, of all things, Tim, so why are we naming this after your grandma? He's like, "Because she's a mean old bitch and she doesn't take shit." So, all right. I mean, it's your grandmother, God bless her. But so we made it through, and he yelled Gertrude as we pulled up and through. And we went through. I don't think combat gets hard until you step away from it, until you have time to analyze what went on, and how bad that it truly was. Now, that can happen during the course of a battle. Like if you help medevac somebody and you put them on a bird and they're bleeding and they're going away, it hits you in that few seconds. So you got to steel your mind. You got to shut that off and accept it for what it is and deal with it later. But sometimes it can come when you rotate out of the battlefield back to the FOB. It comes in phases, and sometimes you don't deal with it all the time. But none of it was ever scary until after the fact, for me anyway. I'm not going to speak for anybody else on that one, but some of it was satisfying though. Sometimes when air would come in and you've been taking harassing fire from a house for 7 or 8 hours, and you know that there's somebody spotting you for mortars in there or spotting you for rockets, and then you just see a big ass F-15 drop out of the air, and coming across the net that they're going to drop a Mark 81, 82, 83, or 84, because those are the 4 series of bombs. If they're dropping Mark 84s, which are the biggest aircraft bombs that we have, on a house, it's going to get big, and it's going to get big fast. But seeing those types of explosions, seeing aircraft come in and just do what they do, knowing that we had support from other people and it wasn't just us on the ground, man, that was a good feeling, because those dudes are getting absolute hell rained on them, and it's going to make it easier for you to go through. If that makes sense.
I did not understand why we made our guys go house to house in a city that we knew was full of bad guys. I didn't, for me, maybe I spent more time in high school studying like ancient military history.
Right.
Why would we not do siege warfare? Why would we not encircle the town, let them starve, let them die of disease? Why don't we methodically do this and make them run out of patience and supplies? Versus put our guys through what I see is literally a meat grinder. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, siege warfare can get dangerously close to war crimes, so we would like to avoid those. Starvation of people is not what we wanted. So the way that we approached Fallujah was actually methodical, believe it or not, in that in the weeks leading up to it, especially Fallujah 2, but the same thing was done in Fallujah 1. We had psyops there. So Humvees with large speakers telling people to get out. We dropped leaflets. We tried to make it very, very clear that if you were going to stay here, we were going to consider you an enemy combatant, and we were going to find you, and we were going to kill you. And so if part of the social contract is you stay here, you assume that burden. And for us, that was fine. The reason that we didn't want to destroy that city and just flatten it all out, which I'm with you, would have been a good instant solution, right? But what we're also trying to do is give that country back to the people that wanted to be there, the citizens that wanted to have a country. And in order to do that, we wanted to make sure that they didn't have to spend all of their time rebuilding. And so you have to preserve as much assets and infrastructure as you can. And that's the reason that we went house to house, because in order to preserve all those things, you've got to get rid of the problem, which are the human fighters, and not just the areas where they're going to be. And so that kind of edges up against the Washington policies versus how we would do it militarily. But I think even good military commanders would see the virtue of, you don't want to alienate the population, the very population that you're trying to help. But what you do want to do is go after the people that are, A, willing to fight you, and B, that are making life bad for the civilian populace. And so in allowing most of the civilian populace to leave, in essentially begging them to leave, like tears in our eyes, we want you to leave here so that we can just take care of the bad people that are here. That is the purpose of that objective. Now, it's not a perfect world. So some civilians didn't have the opportunity to leave. Some civilians got stuck there because, there's different strata of affluence in that society. So people with more money obviously had more options to get up and leave. And then you got some of the people that I imagine would be very much like American citizens here and be like, I'm not leaving. This is it was their town, it was their country. I would be hard pressed to say we're just going to get up and leave our house because somebody bad is coming. So I can understand that. And that added a level of complication during all of the fighting because we had to root out enemy insurgents. We had to be able to make those assessments on the ground as we're fighting through. Like, is this an enemy combatant? Is this not? And if they're not, now you have to spend resources to at least get them to a safer place than where that direct line of combat's taking place. So for those reasons, we did not decide to absolutely flatten that city, as satisfying as that may have been.
I don't mean it so much. I think you get what I'm saying. But just in case, I certainly wouldn't think it's satisfying to wholesale destroy an entire city with innocents in it. That part of the plan I would never want. Calling them out of the city, hey, everybody, this is going to be a bad time. If you can, you need to leave right now. I would do that for sure. But I was always curious, looking at, because all I get are pictures or little grainy video, right? Because we didn't have good cameras back then. I look at that, I go, I don't think anyone can live in that city anymore. Like, we trashed it. And so I just look at that and I see the number of casualties that we took and how bloody and awful that fighting was. And I think, okay, was our desire to do less damage to buildings worth it in light of the human cost on our side? Did we achieve the objectives that we'd set out for ourselves? Or should we have maybe gone about this in a more brutal fashion?
Given the limitations of what we had and our objectives, and the cost of life is always tragic when it's an American life. I would go out on the limb and I would say the way that we did it was worth it. It was cost intensive, but it was worth it. Especially now when I'm many, many years removed from that situation, and I can see it in a little bit different light. For the civilian population, and I'm not saying for the insurgents, I'm not saying for the guys that wanted to fight us, but for the civilian population, the people that just want to have their families, they want the lights to come on, they want the water to run. For them, it was worth it because it is what I would want, God forbid, if that situation took place in my country. And we've given Fallujah back. There was it essentially fell back a few years ago in a very similar fashion to the Afghanistan pullout under President Biden. Very, very similar. There's a lot of bad feelings from veterans about that because there was a lot of blood and treasure that we lost going into that. But I have since seen YouTube videos from an American tourist who has some interest in Fallujah, but went back. And he went back to where the Blackwater Bridge is, which is where the four contractors were strung up after their bodies were burned and just horribly mistreated. He went back there, and he went back into other places. And as I was watching his video, it was hard for me to even recognize where he was in Fallujah because they have recovered so incredibly well. And the city is vibrant again. And it's such a different, even going back through my photos, because I grabbed my photo album and I tried to figure out where he was and where I was in the city. And it is night and day different from where we were. So I think the high cost that we paid allowed those peaceful citizens the ability to recover in a much faster fashion and to get moving forward with establishing their own country and living the way that they wanted to do. Would I advocate for doing it the same way again twice? I don't know. Because I can also see the virtue of, as intensively, as drastically as possible, sending the message that we're not here to play games. So morally, I think it was the right thing to do. Timeline-wise, no, it took us longer. blood and treasure wise, no, it took us longer. So those are very hard considerations to weigh against what we should be doing.
It's actually good to hear that that you can see it from both perspectives and that it wasn't the total wrong call. So I started to develop my own opinion about that just on listening to other veterans, where some of them being interviews from tier 1 units where they see the plan in advance of what's going on. They're like, this is horrible. And so I started to look into it. I'm like, why would we do that to our guys? Why would we make them kick in every single door in that entire city when the good people were supposed to have left? But it's good to hear from your perspective that may have been the right call. Interesting. Anything else about Fallujah 1 or Fallujah 2 combat that you think the American public would benefit from hearing?
I think for the effect that it had on the veterans there, understanding the one thing that truly kind of came to me out of combat, and certainly out of Fallujah, was how fragile life is and how much we should be doing to protect it, not only in combat, because that makes sense, but here in America. You know, the way that we treat all of our people and our interpersonal relationships and sometimes with strangers is we forget about how fragile and how amazing and resilient that life is. But I saw it in combat zones. You know, you see guys that got blown up multiple times, got bloodied up, got shrapnel in their bodies, and they kept going because on a human level, they A, didn't want to disappoint the guys around them, and B, loved them so intensely that they wanted to keep going. So I think without the experience of combat, I don't think I would appreciate life as deeply as I do. It takes witnessing death to really appreciate how wonderful life is. And there's a lot of guys that can come away from combat experiences, veterans that come away from it bitter. I was angry with God for many, many years because I was confused. I didn't understand why you would allow such intense suffering and why would you allow people to do that to each other, right? Because on a human level, what we're doing is kind of antithetical to humanity. Like, why would we be killing each other? Why would we be, trying to blow each other up and to do extreme violence and harm to each other? And my conclusion has been that suffering leads us closer to God, whether it's our own suffering or witnessing others' suffering. It wasn't to push us away, and it wasn't strictly as a punishment, but being a dad, now I can understand that sometimes you just got to let your kids go and let them go skin their knees to help them learn a lesson where they're not going to, hurt themselves or kill themselves. But sometimes letting a child skin their knees is such a great lesson. But what happens when a child skins their knees? They get up and they immediately look for the greatest source of love in their life, which is, mom or dad. And I forgot to look for the greatest source of love in my life after all of my combat experiences, which was God. But after 17, 18 years, I finally got it figured out. So a little bit of a slow learner, but I think that even though combat is ugly and combat extracts a major cost mentally, physically, emotionally, it takes from your soul, it also adds to who you are. And it adds to what you're willing to do. Like, I know myself as a person on a plane that I never would have been able to get to without combat. And I know what I'm willing to do to protect the things in my life that I consider important, whether it be my immediate family or the Constitution of the United States. I now know in the depth of my soul what I'm willing to do to make those things happen. And so that is a benefit of combat.
All right, so Fallujah 1, Fallujah 2, huge deal. It's also very rare, isn't it, to have someone take part in both?
Yes. The way that the Marine Corps rotational schedule worked at that time, if you were in a battalion, you were going to do 6 to 7 months, closer to 7, and then rotate back home. So that's enough time for like one named operation, and then you go back home. If you were at a command level, whether that's at a regiment or a division command level, or even higher up at like a MEF command level, then likely you were going to be there for a year. But when you're at a command level, you're not on the ground normally doing things. So the reason that I was able to experience both Fallujah 1 and Fallujah 2 is my battalion we got to Iraq in March of '04, and we were there and due to leave in the summer, late summer, July, sometime. So as we were assembled back at Al-Assad, we had a first sergeant come through the tent, and he said, "Hey, I'm looking for volunteers to stay. Anybody that wants to do another 8 months, you're going to rotate up to 7th Marines, and then you'll stay here. They'll go home sometime in March of next year." And I was 19 and maybe not the smartest at the time, but I also didn't have anything pulling me back to the United States. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't have a car. I didn't even have a cell phone at that time. And my entire life and all my friends that I knew were in the Marine Corps. And so I said, well, I'll stay. And it was me and 3 other guys that decided to stay. So they put me up at 7th Marines. They made me a journal clerk. So they put me to work in an office, right? And it was such an emotional kick in the stomach to go from combat operations to here's your tough book computer, and now we make entries about radio. I had a very tough time with this. And so I went and found the master guns, and I said, hey, this is not me. I'm not a journal clerk. I don't know what this is. I am not comfortable with this. And I also didn't volunteer to stay to work on a computer in Iraq for the next 8 months. I was like, I want a gun and I want to go do things. So he agreed, and he put me on to the jump team for the 7th Marine commander, Colonel Craig Tucker. And it was also headed up by Sergeant Major Philip Freed, was the regimental sergeant major at the time. And then we had a gunner at that time, old guy by Marine Corps standards. So, I mean, he was probably like 40, Gunner Jeff Eby. But he was a chief warrant officer for gunner, and they wear a bursting bomb. And so they're a different breed, and they are prior infantry enlisted, but they are weapons and tactics experts, right? So they're battlefield geniuses. You want to be, if you can get close to these guys on the battlefield, do so, because your life will be infinitely better because of it. So we had all 3 of these, plus a few other gentlemen that had been battalion commanders for like tanks. Colonel Vukovic was out there, Colonel Rob Cossid, who had run an LAR battalion. So all these guys who, from the point of invasion to now, had had combat experience in different style units, were now at this command staff level. So you've got all this combat brain power in this group. And I was fortunate enough to move into this group and be a machine gunner in that group. So my life got infinitely better. And with being with the regimental commander, I got to experience more combat, because he would take himself, as Marine leaders do, and inject himself where we had ticks happening, troops in contact. So wherever you have firefights, we would go, because it was his job as a regimental commander to control his battle space, but also to make sure that his subordinate units had exactly what they needed. And he was very, very hands-on about how he's going to do that. So we got to go all over the place, all over Western Iraq, really, to go interject ourselves, give supplies, and do whatever we could to help these guys. But it also meant, like, if there's a gap in the lines, we're going to help fill that gap. If there's a firefight, you're going to get in on the firefight. We just had different timelines for us, because we wouldn't stay, in a battalion's battle space. We would go there, see what they need, give them what they need, participate in the fight for as long as we could, and then go out. So in that respect, I was able to see a lot more.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely rare that you stayed around for that. I think that's hard for civilian to wrap their mind around. You manage to live through one battle, everybody gets to go home, but because, I'm simplifying this, right? Because you don't have a car, a cell phone, or a girlfriend, the hell, I'll stay.
Right? I was 19 years old, and the Marine Corps gave me a machine gun. Like that, every day was Christmas Day. I could not ask for more. And the guys that I was with, they all wanted to be there too, and that changes the flavor of the game, because it was a conscious choice. We all knew that we were going to be there, and we wanted to stay there. So teamwork makes the dream work is one of those things. It's lame to say, but it's true. We all had, on some level, we enjoyed it. Just being around each other's company, being around guys that were so focused, so smart, and so enthusiastic about being a Marine and being an infantry Marine that it was infectious. I didn't want to leave that. That's exactly where I wanted to be.
What happened after Second Battle of Fallujah? Where'd you end up next? Or
Okay, Second Battle of Fallujah. We knew that Second Marines under Colonel Davis was going to be coming out to relieve us. So we stayed in Fallujah after the battle all the way through January. And we held the first democratic elections that the country had seen in January. And after that, we packed up because we were staying at this place just off of Camp Fallujah, Maine, called Camp Bahria. And 5th Marines was there, 1-5. So we packed up everything from there, and then we headed back to Al Asad. And we knew that we were going to, from January until March, we had to kind of keep the status quo. And then also we had an incoming regiment. So we had to take them to all the places that we had been. And you do what's called left seat, right seat, which is you start folding their guys into your trucks, and you go to places and you make all the introductions with like the local leaders, and you show everybody basically like this is where things are. This is where we've had attacks before. This is an intersection that you want to watch out for. This is the town that we go to when we want to speak to this leader, whatever. So we started doing that, and Western Iraq was kind of quiet because after we had gotten through Fallujah, the word got out that the country was relatively quiet. Nobody wanted to play with us anymore. So it turned less from direct engagement into IED attacks for us. There was a lot more of them. So in the month of February, my platoon had gone about once a week with an IED attack. So I got hit in February of 2005. I was gone until Valentine's Day. I want to say I was back in the turret on Valentine's Day. And then we kept getting hit successively, even during our turnover, which was probably the better way to turn over with Second Marines, to let them know from the start that shit's real. So during the last turnover that we did, or the turnover patrol that we did, they got smacked with an IED. So Colonel Davis got his introduction, his staff got their introduction that, hey, we're playing for keeps out here, and don't think that, just because Fallujah's over, everything's going to be cool in the gang, because that is not it.
so you'd mentioned you got hit by an IED. I brought a whole bunch of the pictures. We'll splice these into the interview, but I brought a whole bunch of the pictures so you can kind of take a look at them and explain what was going on. So I'll hand this over. You say very nonchalantly, yeah, I got hit by an IED, but that's a pretty traumatic experience for anybody. You get blown up. And that's the way that probably most of our casualties, injuries, TBI have happened over the course of 20-year war. So what was your experience like getting hit by that IED?
By this time, by the time that I had gotten hit, the guy that was normally up in the turret, his name is Levi Hereford, good kid from Lander Valley, Wyoming, now lives out in Washington. We've kept in touch. He's a very, very good friend of mine. But the one thing that he did for me before he left is taught me everything that he knew about 50 cal machine guns. And that allowed me to go up there and take his spot. I was the last Humvee, because we only had 4 of them, and as the tail gunner, I've faced the rear. So we're traveling going this way. And in Western Iraq, there was 2 main roads, an ASR and an MSR. And I think it's a main service road, an alternate service road. Could be wrong on that. One of them was uranium. Can't remember what the other one was. But there's one point very near Al Asad where there's a cut across road that connects both of them. So if you wanted to get off one and then go down the other, you could. And we had a preference for traveling down one of the roads if we were going to be going to a place called HIT, Iraq, HIT. We would hop off the main and go to the ASR. So as we turned into this cut across road, my driver, who would have been down here, Josh Forner from Waxahachie, Texas. Josh Forner was singing a little song to himself. It's like, we're going to ASP Flea, which is where we're going. He said, I hope we don't hit an IED. And not more than 2 seconds later, the most intensive bang I've ever heard in my life happened. And all I can remember is seeing at a normal plane and then tipping back like this, and everything turned like a desert powder tan. And I just thought to myself, well, that's it. And it was super calm. And I had no regrets, no fears, no thoughts about I need to go do anything else. I just thought it was done. So the next thing I know, and I can't tell you how much later it was, but I woke up and my hands were still into the butterfly grip of my 50 cal because I rode like this with a condition 3 weapon, so that if I did want to engage that gun, I would have to rotate my hands to let my thumbs hit the trigger and then also rack that weapon one more time to take a round from the feed tray and put it into the barrel so that you could fire. It was a Marine Corps safety thing. So I wake up with my hands in the butterfly grips, and all I can smell is diesel fuel. That's it. And I look over to the right, and I see Doc Timms, and he's down. And I look over my shoulders, and I see Forner and Adam Lackner, and they're all heads down, and it's just quiet, super quiet. And I look to my left, where Tan Nguyen, Nguyen, this guy from Vietnam, he had come over on a boat, smuggled in when he was 13, right? Just to hit American shores and live our freedom. And he loved America. But I don't see him. And I see my rifle, or a rifle, and I'm like, okay. I get a thumbs up from Tim's, so I pop up out of my turret, and I knew that shit was about to get real. Because usually within the first 20 seconds after an IED attack, you could expect direct arms engagements. So I looked around and I figured, where are we going to get engaged from? Because there was a house about 25 meters away at the top of the T for the intersection, and then I also saw vehicles coming towards us. And there was still dirt up in the air from where we had gotten hit. So my first thought was, get that gun in order. Let's get that moving so that we can at least suppress and stop anybody who's trying to come to us. So I tried racking my 50 cal, and my belt of ammo was hanging up over it, so I had to move that. I tried racking, and I couldn't. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't rack it. I didn't find out until later that my 50 cal, which is like 1/2 inch thick steel, had twisted. Right? So I was like, well, that's not going to work. I looked for my rifle, which was normally in the turret. It's gone. I'm like, well, shit, I need a gun. So I go back down, and I get a gun, but it's missing its handguards. So I pull up. There's a mag in it. I rack it just to make sure it's good, and then I aimed in on that first house and polished off a couple rounds just to make sure to keep heads down. And then where that car was gonna come to the T intersection, I started firing in front of it just to get it to stop. Because if he didn't want to stop, then that was going to change my calculus. But if he did stop, then I wasn't going to be worried about it. So by this time, Vehicle 3 had seen what had happened and finally gotten people turned around. I crawl up out of my turret, and this building I ran to get some corner cover. By this time, Doc is out of the vehicle. Adam, Josh are out of the vehicle. We can't find Nguyen. We don't know where he's at. They pull open the door, and the seat had blown up over the top of him because he had taken the majority of the blast under his tire. And so he fractured all 4 limbs, fractured his hand. His gallbladder was like decimated inside of his body. And so they pull him out. They start doing medevacs, and Gunner Eby rolls up on the scene, and he's like this super calm, in charge kind of guy. And he just starts directing us on what to do. We start working on Nguyen. I know that they're calling air. Somebody said that air was inbound. And thank God we were so close to Al Assad. We were only about a mile away from the base. So it didn't take long to get the birds spun and on their way. And so as we're doing the final steps to get Nguyen strapped into the stretcher and get him ready to go to the bird, he's bleeding intensely from his forehead. And I can't figure it out. And it had me so worried because he's got all this blood coming out of him. I was like, well, we need to get him on this bird, and we need to do it fast. And I said, Doc, he's bleeding out of his head, and I can't figure it out. And I kept wiping away, and it kept coming. And Doc looked at me, he's like, no, Nguyen's going to be fine. That's your blood. So I kept gushing blood onto this poor guy. And Nguyen, I'm sorry about that. But we get this bird inbound, and I see Sergeant Major Freed just walk out there, and it was like a Michael Bay movie. He's just walking out there confidently, and he directs this bird in. He sets it, have them move their tail, and then he sets it on the ground. And we pick up this stretcher, and as we're running the stretcher up to the bird, Sergeant Major Freed grabs me and says, "Murph, you stay with him until he gets on the bird to Germany, and then you come home." Roger that, Sergeant Major. So I hopped onto the bird. We fly maybe the 4 minutes to Al Assad. And as this bird's taking off, and I'm looking around at this hole in the ground and trying to take it all in, I thought to myself, like, this doesn't happen to me. This happens in movies, right? So it was just it was so shocking that it had happened and that I was still there to be able to live through it. So we get to Al Assad, we get Win in, and immediately the trauma team starts working him. They're cutting clothes off. And as I'm standing there looking at him, I passed out and went down because it finally, all of that energy had coalesced, and I was like, well, I got to go. So I passed out, and they put me up on a table and did some quick fixes with me. And thankfully, I was not as injured as Win was. I required stitches on the inside of my mouth and the outside, and I've got a sweet little Indiana Jones scar now. But we flew to Balad, I want to say, to a combat surgical hospital, a CASH. And Win went into surgery there, and I didn't know anybody there. And I only had this backpack with like a set of socks and a poncho liner, right? I got nothing. I didn't even have money or a wallet or anything. It was silly. So as I'm walking around through this combat field hospital, there's one wing with Iraqis, right? And then there's one wing with Americans. I talked to a couple Army tankers that had some shrapnel wounds, and they were pretty cool. But I walked into this hospital wing where there's this older Iraqi gentleman. And I walked to the end of his bed, and he's awake. And he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him. And he was scared. Like, he didn't say anything, but I knew he was scared. And in that moment, I wanted to be angry with him, and I wanted to be angry with his people, but I couldn't. I was like, I get it. I know where you're at right now, and I get it. And I walked out of there. So about 6 hours later, Win came out of surgery. We ended up putting him on a C-130 to Germany. And I remember kissing him on the forehead as we were putting him on the bird. And Win, over vacation, had gotten a tattoo of this Buddha on the top of his head so that the good luck would rain down. And I was like, well, it doesn't seem like it right now, but you got a lot of good luck, kid. But there was still dirt and sand that I remember stuck into his hair as we put him on the bird. So we get him off there, and then I look around. I'm in E3 in a strange land because this is an Air Force and Army base, and there's no Marines around. So I start talking with this Air Force girl. I'm like, hey, do you know any of the crew chiefs around here? Can I get a ride? So I hitchhiked a helicopter ride from Balad to Camp TQ/Fallujah. And I wanted to hop in with the Marines, but the weather was bad. They're like, well, we can't get you out, but they put me up in a tent, and I got a couple MREs for a couple of days, and I spent a day and a half just sleeping. And then I went back to the AgDag, which is like the airport terminal, and said, is there any way I can get a ride? They said no, but it was the Air Force that was flying C-130s. They're like, this weather is nothing for us. So they put me on a bird, and I finally got back to Al Assad at, I want to say, like 2 or 3 in the morning. So I called down to 7th Marines, and one of the journal clerks that I didn't want to be answered the phone, and I said, hey, it's Murph. Where's Gunny Rivera? Can I get a ride? Because it's like 2.5 miles, absolute dark, and I was not about to walk. But Gunny Rivera came and picked me up, and him and I had been through the entirety of Fallujah together, and it was a powerful moment to see him as a gunnery sergeant, as a grown man, tears in his eyes, picking me up, thankful to see me. And so he took me back down to the living area, get back into my own bed. Next day, I had to go see the commanding officer. And Colonel Tucker was fully willing to let me sit down for the rest of the deployment and to just be. And I said, no, sir, that's not what I want. You know, I've got stitches in my face. I look like Jay Leno on the right side and normal on the left. And I said, sir, the only place I want to be is back in that turret. Please, just let me go. He said, I've got no problem with it. You get clearance from the MO, you can go back in the turret. So I went and lied to the MO and told him that I was fine. I felt great and this was nothing. And so the MO let me go back in the turret. And after that, we got hit 3 more times and I was on eggshells for that last 4 weeks that we were in country. But I will tell you this, had I not gotten back into that turret, had I not gone and faced that fear again, I probably never would have again. And I would have spent the rest of my life questioning whether or not I could have. So for me, selfishly, I had to get back in there and I had to take that ride again just to know that I could overcome it. And so that was my experience.
Wow. I realized how quick you got back in the turret you had a few of the photos with timestamps on them. That's pretty unbelievable. You got blown up, and then within what was it, a week, 2 weeks? At most?
8 days.
8 days you're back in a turret after having fallen unconscious at the hospital. You said you'd lied to get back in there. What were you feeling at that time, physically?
Physically, it just ached. Everything hurt. I couldn't chew effectively. I couldn't open my mouth all the way. And I generally had like this low, dull headache, right? Should I have stayed out? Yes, I should have. But the one thing emotionally about the entirety of all this that still strikes me to this day is when I was in Balad and I had put wind on that plane and I was alone. Even though I was on an Army base and there was other service members, that was the most alone that I'd ever felt in my life. And it was horrifying. And I never wanted to experience that level of alone again. So to me, it made sense, all the sense in the world, to get to the opposite of that feeling. And the opposite of that feeling was to be back with the boys, back in the turret, doing the do, because I was not about to feel that ever.
Not everybody would do that. I mean, you probably know that.
Not everybody would. I think a majority will. And it's what I saw with Fallujah, and I saw it again with people in Afghanistan, with Marines in Afghanistan, is unless you critically injure a Marine will stay with his unit, and he will hop along, he will Tiny Tim it all the way, do what he has to do. He or she, I say he because that's my experience, but a Marine will do Marine things until they absolutely cannot do them anymore. And that's a beautiful thing.
I would agree. I would agree. Who took those photos? That almost looks like you taking photos on your way out.
So those photos were not from my air medevac crew, but they sent up other birds. And so I didn't actually get those photos until a couple years after the event. And it was through chance that I was talking to somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I have photos of that. So, and they were only printouts. So I had to take photos of their printouts and put them there. And then I sent them last summer to Adam Lackner. And that was the first time. So last summer was what, 2023? First time since 2005 that he'd seen those photos. He had never seen the air photos from that day. There was a couple on the ground photos where it's him and Josh that I think Doc or somebody else took, but yeah, I wasn't doing much photo taking that day.
I was going to say, it would have been absolutely wild. It's already crazy. It still, I mean, I've never been in this kind of situation. It still blows my mind that you can get blown up and immediately you're falling back on your training. You're trying to find guns. You're sprinting to find cover. Were people engaging you at that time, or you just assumed they were going to?
I assumed that they were going to, and thankfully they did not. In the weeks following, though, we had engagements following IEDs, and then we even had a suicide bomber square up with us as we were trying to follow one trigger man. So I can't remember if it was the second or third week later, but we're again traveling up the ASR. have an IED blast, and then we see a car take off and it's headed for the MSR. So what we did is we broke off 2 vehicles headed to the MSR. Revis's vehicle went north, and then my vehicle, the 50 cal gun, we went south. So I reoriented my gun so that I was facing front, and we started driving south. And there's traffic, there's oncoming traffic. So we had procedures in place where you have flags, you have pen flares, and what you're trying to do is wave off the innocents, right? So and most of the Iraqi populace understood at this time that if you're seeing flags, if you're seeing flares, it's best to get off the side of the road because that big old American machine's coming through. Well, we had one that didn't. Instead of moving off the side of the road, he squared, and he came center line with us. And so I yelled down, I was like, hey, we've got one squaring up. And Lackner said, hey, he's squaring up. So I racked, and I said, stand by for fire. And so I launched off 6 rounds. And with machine guns, in that situation, it's smarter to start short because those rounds will skip to your target rather than shooting up and over. So I started short, and then I saw 3 rounds hit the front of that car, and then the front of the windshield went red. That car subsequently went off the side of the road, and then we kept going because we were trying to find this trigger man. Revis's vehicle went and checked, and that vehicle was definitely not a friendly vehicle, and the gentleman who was driving did not make it. But again, that's the social contract of combat, in that he was ready, I was ready, I was just more prepared than he, and that's the way it works. And so because of that, I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel great about it in a Christian sense, but I do feel good that me and my 4 other guys that were in my truck got to go home that day. And whether he had detonated that vehicle against us or maybe even the civilian populace, lives were saved.
Without a doubt. Yeah, there's no reason to feel bad about that one. I would imagine that it is nerve-wracking, though. You're shooting at a civilian style, and this is probably for everybody involved in the global war on terror. You're shooting at a civilian-style vehicle amongst other civilians with the procedures in place that you've identified it as a hostile vehicle, but the whole time you're probably wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice that you got closure.
Super good. And that was the follow-up investigation, too. Is it was declared a good shoot. But, yeah, I mean, it can turn real quick. So you have to be very, very confident, not only in your procedures, but also in what you're seeing and what you can offer as your justification for moving to that style of engagement, which is why asymmetric warfare and counterinsurgency warfare is so much more difficult than a straight line static warfare. Because when you've got the enemy online, everybody's wearing uniforms, and it's very much G.I. Joe, where it's red and blue. That's beautiful, but we're not in that world. And very rarely is that going to happen anymore. It's just not even a reality. If you look at the fighting that's currently going on with Ukraine and Russia, very rarely do you have a static line fight. A lot of theirs is engagement behind lines. There's a lot of drone warfare now, like that makes me nervous for several reasons. But if you're the drone operator and you're an American, so you're going to be subject to laws of armed conflict, you have to be super sure before you make that engagement. And we have those safeties and those protocols built in. But man, it's still an intensive situation to try and get through everything that you need to even make that decision. Killing is not done lightly. And I think that's one of the things that the American populace should understand too about combat is we're not all bloodthirsty, psychopathic killers in the military, right? We're very measured in our application of violence. And honestly, I would say the majority of people that I've met that are opposed to war are in the military, right? Because once you understand what war is, what it looks like, what it smells like, and what it feels like, you get an aversion to it. You know you have to do it. You know in some times and situations it's necessary, but warfare breeds pacifism, believe it or not.
I'd very much like to, with these stories, transfer some of that aversion to the rest of the country.
As would I.
Yeah. So I appreciate you telling that story. How's Wynn doing? Did he make it?
He did. So I was able to run into him about a year later at 29 Palms because I had lost track of him completely. But I ran into him at 29 Palms, and he had a bunch of surgical scars all over the place. But man, he basically did the same thing I did. At first opportunity, he signed up with a unit that was going back to Iraq because he was not about to take any shit off of the people that tried to kill him. So he was very excited to go back, and very excited to go back and be with Marines and support them in combat operations.
That is unbelievable. I was surprised he was going to keep his limbs at that point, but so he gets the surgeries he needs and he goes right back to combat.
100%.
How long did his career last after that?
I think he probably got out after his first enlistment. I've been trying to find him for years, and if I could, that would be wonderful. But I'm pretty sure he did a 6-year enlistment because he was a communications Marine. But he is a Marine. That's why he went back. He did those things that Marines do. So unless you absolutely pull us without any doubt out of the game, he's going to get back to it, and that's what he did.
That's amazing. Amazing American right there. From Vietnam.
From Vietnam, smuggled over when he was 13, wanted the promise of a better life, got his citizenship, and then joined the Marine Corps and just intensely loved America.
I feel the same way about a lot of Cubans, but Cubans and Vietnamese people, I get the same thing from them almost consistently. They love this country. They're so appreciative to be here, and they make some of the best Americans that we've ever had.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We had a kid that learned English in boot camp from Cuba. His name was Govan De La Rosa. And Govan was a little communicator kid. He was the one that we got on the second deployment, all the cooks, bakers, and candlestick makers. He was a non-infantry Marine, but man, he picked up the craft extremely fast and extremely well. And for whatever reason, the Marine Corps loves to give people that are English as second language people radios. So he was our communications guy.
That's funny. That's wild. All right, so we've talked a lot about Fallujah era stuff. What happens after Fallujah to you, your career? Where are you at next?
So after I had gotten blown up, I went back to the United States, and we were training up to come back again. I was signed up for another year-long tour in Iraq. I had gotten there in January of 2006, and I was coming up on my re-enlistment window. So it was time to make a choice, either stay in or get out. And at this point in the game, I knew I was not ready for college yet. I mean, academically, could I handle it? Yes. Lifestyle-wise, probably not. And so I considered deeply re-enlistment, and I settled on EOD. So I knew that I wanted to be able to take care of all the problems on the battlefield, but in the infantry, you can do a great many things, except deal with the IEDs. We didn't know how to do that. And so that was a stopping point, and I didn't like not having the capability to move around the battle space as freely as I wanted to. I was also tired of shooting at people. I was tired of judiciously applying violence, and I wanted to make sure that guys came home. And so as part of my quiet boot camp promise to God to get me through this, one of the quiet things that I agreed to do was EOD. And the great thing about EOD is it allowed me a tangible way to show myself that I was making a contribution. But what it allowed me to do was to bring other guys home. So every time that I disarmed a bomb, I knew that at least one person was going to be able to come home. One person would not have to deal with the things that I've dealt with and the things that many other Marines have had to deal with. And so that they would get to come home. And it made sense to me in my mind that if I was going to get blown up again, that's fine because I already know what it looks like, so it wouldn't be a surprise to me, right? So I enlisted, and they sent me home from Iraq to go to EOD school down in Florida, which was a great time. And after EOD school, I went back to my unit, and the unit commander had actually come down to EOD school and said, listen, we got a deployment going out the door in about 90 days. What we want you guys to do, and you're not required, but we would love it if you would not take leave. Just the day you graduate, come up to Lejeune as quickly as you can because we need to train you and we need to get you out the door. So I went to my unit, and 60 days later, I was in Iraq as an EOD technician. Right. And so I went back for another tour, and I was back at Al-Assad So I was back in familiar territory, and I spent a winter tour there. So I got there at the end of August and didn't leave until March, but I spent a winter tour there disarming, and it was satisfying. It was a lot of fun.
How many IEDs would you say you disarmed on that deployment?
Not a lot, 50 something maybe. We got rid of 60 some odd thousand pounds of enemy ordnance. I blew up a lot of stuff, just not a whole lot of direct ID work. Winters are slower, which makes sense. But yeah, nothing more than that. We weren't putting up like amazing numbers. You know, we were not as intensive as the guys that were down in Fallujah, because they were getting like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calls a day. Al Assad's kind of like the open countryside. So there's not as much IED action or places you could put them in. But the one thing that we kind of got discouraged from doing, and I took this lesson from my gunny, is don't count. If you can, don't count. Just go out there and do the work. Because if you're trying to make numbers, you're going to do something dangerous. You're going to lose focus. So just go out there and take care of what's in front of you. Make sure the boys come home. Call it good.
It's good advice, I'm sure. I mean, here's what's crazy. I asked how many you've done. 50, it wasn't a lot. That's 50 times a bomb would have went off and killed at least one person possibly. Not to mention, if you think about, I like to think about like what impact did you have on not only the people you served with, but the country too. That's 50 people's or more family trees that will grow up with a dad or a mom, or a healthy dad or mom. That 50 is a lot.
That's a perspective I never really looked at it. I mean, it's always been good to know that guys are coming home, but I've never expanded that out to think about it like that. So thank you. It just didn't, I don't know, it never felt like I was doing anything extra, right? Felt like I was doing what I should be doing in the moment. Like it made sense to me. That this is what we do, and it is what it is, you know? Some people get up on Tuesday morning and make a cup of coffee. I was getting up on Tuesday morning and disarming IEDs.
Yeah. It makes sense for your personality. It seems, just from that little story, it seemed you're consistently giving up opportunities to take breaks, to rush right back into combat. And yeah, 50 is a huge deal. I mean, who knows what people will be alive 100 years from now because you disarmed one of those 50. You could have a profound impact on the country and not even know it.
Hopefully so.
It's a big deal. Was that your only deployment as EOD, or what happened after that?
No. So I did 11 years of EOD. I truly fell in love with the Marine Corps and with the EOD program. Your first 4 years in the Marine Corps are kind of a crapshoot, right? Because you've got all different personalities from all over the country that join. And in the first 4 years, they might not like it, right? They might have thought it was a great idea at the onset, but as time goes on, first-term Marines, they bifurcate very, very quickly. They either love it or they hate it, and they hate it with Marine intensity. And my seniors, the guys who had done the 21 days to Baghdad, they didn't like it, right? A lot of them hated the Marine Corps. They just had bad attitudes about it, and I was very excited about the Marine Corps from day one. And so it was hard to live next to that because you weren't cool if you liked the Marine Corps. You know what I mean? Like all the cool kids didn't really like the Marine Corps. I loved it. So when I re-enlisted and I went and found EOD, and everybody there had made the conscious choice to re-enlist, and in 2006, there was no doubt in anybody's mind what EOD was. You were there to go disarm IEDs. You were going to face life and death situations, and there was no two ways about it. But the flavor difference was we all knew that, we all accepted it, and we all wanted to be there. So it was like everybody was super excited every day just to be in the Marine Corps and just to have the opportunity to be an EOD technician. So it made it amazing. After that Iraq EOD tour, I went and did a MEU, which is it's not always non-combat, but for us it was non-combat. But a MEU is a amphibious ready group, a bunch of Navy ships stocked full of Marines and stocked full of combat power, and you sail around. At any given time, they have one sailing from the East Coast, they have one sailing from the West Coast, And sometimes Japan will float a MEU. Not a big deal if it does, not a big deal if it doesn't. And there's always 2 other MEUs on each coast in rotation. They're either coming off of one or ramping up into one, so that at all times the United States can project our power via naval vessels. So I did one of those to the Middle East. We sailed around the Mediterranean, got to see some cool Libo ports, stopped in Greece, Spain, Dubai, Qatar. We spent a couple months on the ground in Kuwait, which was awesome because we got to go do range sweeps and stuff there. But there was no combat on that deployment, which was nice in a way, but it was also frustrating because we were still in the loop about what our guys in Afghanistan were doing. And we were sailing into some places where we could have gotten off the boat and then transported to Afghanistan. And unfortunately, while we were there, one of the guys from 2nd EOD Company, Chris Eckert, had gotten killed. And then another good guy, Dave Spicer, had gotten killed. And so we took that personally. And my EOD group, which there was 8 of us on the boat, we asked our commanding officer to let us off the boat, send us to Afghanistan. We're trained, we're ready, let us go. In our mind, again, in the small scale of things, that makes sense. It's a 1-for-1 replacement. We're already out, we're already deployed. Large scale, it didn't make sense. And I can agree with the commander's decision now, although it made me so frustrated when I heard it. But we were the EOD component that belonged to that unit, and we had to be available. Doesn't make it any less frustrating. It was tactically the correct decision to make. So the next deployment, when I got off of that one, was Afghanistan. And I got to go to the Sangin Valley with a guy named Ralph Pate, who was, Ralph Pate lived his life with his hair on fire, and everything was a party to him, with him, for him. That guy never had a bad day, right? Never had a bad day. He was just he was wild, but he was damn good at his job and super smart. And I was so incredibly lucky to have him as my team leader. I had a great guy named Danny Ridgway as my team member. Ridgway's like this 6'2", big country guy from Alabama, and he sounds ultra country, but he is dangerously smart. He is super smart. But he would always yell, "Roll Tide," like whenever something went great. Roll Tide. So that became one of our platoon things. So I went to Sangin Valley with those 2 gentlemen, worked IEDs for a couple weeks, and then I got moved out to southwestern Afghanistan to a place called Delaram 2. And unfortunately, a couple months after I had left, Pate got killed working an IED, and you can only roll the dice so many times. And he got killed. A couple weeks later, a good guy named Dan Patron, who reminds me of like Jeff Lebowski, right? In that Danny Patron's entire life was like a perfect moment in time. And so I'll tell you what a perfect moment in time is and why it applied to him. But if you've ever been to like a concert venue or maybe a restaurant with your wife, or you're just doing something where time seems to kind of slow down and you're just having a great time, and you just make a mental note of everything, right? Like everything's good. And you see it most often at concerts where like everybody's vibing, everybody's clapping at the same time, having a great time. That's a perfect moment in time. There's things that you capture. And that was Dan Patron's life, though. He was always walking around that level of happy. He was a dirt bike rider, and probably should have just had a career in the X Games rather than the Marine Corps, but he had come over to us from the Marine Corps band and switched to EOD, but he was very tactically sound. He was a good dude. Broke his arm a couple times riding bikes, but he also got killed within a month. Afghanistan 11 was hard. We had a lot of people that got hit. Jake lost his leg. Brad lost his legs. Dave got hit. There was a lot. There was a lot going on in the second Afghanistan. And what sucked about that one is when we were out at Delaram, it was quieter. And again, it's the same way where we're doing like 2 or 3 IDs a week. Sangin, they were doing like 40, 50 IEDs a week. Like it was intensively busy up there. So felt kind of bad for not doing the same level of work. But what we would do is rotate guys from Sangin to come see us for like a week. Just give them some downtime, let them stay in the platoon. We had this great building. It was actually a hard structured building with like air conditioning and stuff. So it's like, hey, just come hang out. You have no responsibilities here. You're not going to run calls. You just hang out, use the showers, eat all of our food, hang out. And so Dan Patron had come out and we got to spend a week together. You know, it was great because when you're in country, you don't see all your other EOD guys from the same company because we're all farmed out to different locations. So if you do see a guy, it's like in passing, you might be at their fob for a couple hours, and it's very intensive. You know, you got a lot to talk about. So seeing him for a week was great, and he was just such a bright presence to have around. And so he had flown back, and then like 2 days later, as we were getting the truck ready, I was walking out with my gear on. I reached the driver's door of my truck, and this guy named Dave Dignan comes out because Dave was now staying with us. And as I'm getting ready to go respond to an IED, Dave comes out and says, "Hey man, Patron got killed this morning." The fuck you mean? No, he didn't. Like Patron was here 2 days ago. He's not dead. And he's like, no, Patron got killed this morning. Okay. So now you got to get in the truck and go drive 20, 30, 40 minutes to get to your ID site. And the entire time, that's all you can think about, you know, is Patron got killed or Gunny Pate got killed. And then you can't tell anybody about it either because they have to make notifications to family, all those things, which is proper. And so you just kind of commiserate about it. And it's very, very hard trying to do the job that just killed your friend. And so those, I think Afghanistan was tougher for me. Afghanistan 11 was tougher for me because it was so much more personal. I mean, EOD technicians have been getting hurt and killed for a while, but it started like coming closer and closer. And so that was tougher to deal with. And then I came back home. I went back to Afghanistan in 2013, which was a good tour, but it was also hard because now I had twin girls at home. And so the Marine Corps was relatively easy. Like when I said I was 19 and didn't have a cell phone and they wanted to give me a machine gun, I was like, I could do this. But Afghanistan 13, I had twin girls at home. They were less than 9 months old. And we were doing some intensive operations. And I had a few quick, quiet moments with God where I was like, listen, I really don't want to be here. And I just need you to get me home. So if you get me home, I'll do whatever it is you want me to do. Just get me home to them babies and get me home to my wife and we'll call it good. And so thank God, he's fulfilled his end of the deal. Now I got to fulfill mine. We'll see what that looks like.
Was that your last combat tour then?
That was my last combat tour. Not my last deployment. I rotated from the East Coast to the West Coast in 2015 and immediately jumped on a deployment to Kuwait. So they had special MAGTF Kuwaits, which was again just like a ready force, right? So they put all these different Marine units together to have our whole spectrum of capabilities, and then they sent us this place called Al Jaber, Kuwait. It's a 1 mile by 1 mile base in southern Kuwait, and there's nothing there, and there's nothing to do, and it felt like being in county jail because it didn't have the same satisfaction level. So by this time, Afghanistan was already getting shut down and peeled back, right? They were definitely doing a lot of downsizing. We knew Iraq was definitely well in the rearview mirror. So the whole reason that we were there was just in case anything in the whole Central Command region had broken off. Nothing did. And to me, if I wasn't out there disarming things, if I wasn't out there making sure that for the duration of that time that young men were going to come home, young men, women, Marines were coming home, it just wasn't satisfying to me. And that was the deployment that broke me because I have mentioned earlier that sometimes combat's not scary until you have time to think about it. Kuwait gave me a lot of time to think. And a lot of the things that I'd been holding behind the floodgates finally came out. And that was the one deployment that broke me. All the other ones were fine, but Kuwait broke me.
Interesting. Before we talk about that process of deciding to leave, seeing so many people, EOD technicians killed, how do you feel about your own odds of surviving? What were you thinking at that point?
You go from ultra confident to maybe there's a real chance, to doing everything you can to tighten up your game, to train as much as possible, to talk about IEDs as much as possible, to hedge your bets in any way that's possible. And it gets a little bit more nerve-wracking as you realize. And like I said, you can only shake the dice so many times. But to see Pate get killed, I think brought it home for a lot of us that it's a reality. We might not make it out of here, because to us, Pate was invincible, right? He was the best. He had multiple Iraqs, multiple Afghanistans under his belt, and he just kind of like could see in the Matrix. He knew where these things were. He knew how to destroy, and he was super confident. I will say this about Pate. Never, ever in the time that I knew him, did he waver in his confidence. Everything was fine with him. But when he got killed, a lot of that confidence that our platoon had kind of went with him. And so it was a very sobering moment. And the course changed after that. And it got a lot more serious. Not that it wasn't already, but just in a different tone, in a different way. And we did a lot more training and analysis and self-analysis as we're going through, to make sure that, we're doing everything that we can to get home.
When you're an EOD technician, you're disarming bombs. You're also in a combat zone. Are y'all being engaged at the same time and still having to fight at the same time that you're worried about bombs?
Yes. So the two prime examples of that would be, again, Fallujah, because there was EOD there, but Marja also. But in the Sangin Valley, I will say this about Afghanistan versus Iraq. There was a lot more direct engagement in Afghanistan. They were a lot more willing to get behind a rifle and directly engage. So for that, I commend them. But yes, there was a lot more engagement while you're trying to work as an EOD technician. And so there's a couple different routes that you can go with that. If you're on a named operation and the objective is more important than the IED work, which oftentimes happens, then you would do what's called a market bypass. So all we're going to do is try to mark that IED and then make sure that our troops can move around it, right? So like if you know that there's something there, we're not going to go step there. But if we do have time to engage and disarm, then we will, because then without a doubt that you can at least stand there. You know what I mean? So it depends. But the way that EOD works is you're not out there as like a lone element. You travel with a security element that'll take you from A to B. And then whoever called for you is also going to set up a security perimeter. So you've got almost 2 layers of security around you while you're working. Now, mind you, none of those are ever perfect. So if you're getting in, or if your security is getting engaged, that also adds some intensity to what you're doing. And it will change some of the flow chart of how you're going to approach this and disarm, whether it's going to be robotics, whether it's going to be hands-on, or whether it's just going to be a destruction. But there's a whole bunch of other factors that you have to figure into with what you want to do with this device, because if it's the only road between your fob and the next fob, you probably don't want to blow it in place, because then you're going to make it a logistical nightmare for everybody that wants to get to you. That makes life hard. So, or you might be too close to civilian property where you can't risk damaging it, especially if it's a mosque. We hold their religious preferences and holy sites in high regard. And so all of these things are at play, and they're all different with every IED that you step out on. So you've got to be able to make all these decisions as you flow in the moment, whether or not you're going to, blow this thing in place, whether you're going to use a robot. Sometimes you don't even have a robot with you, so that option is just off the table from the start. So then you have to get up close and personal with this thing, and you have to go hands-on with it. And that changes your decision-making for what you want to do. So, yeah, in those two ways, it was very, very different.
You had shared one picture of what looked like a pressure plate IED. Was that anything significant, or you were just sending that as an example?
All right, so this one was significant for a couple reasons. One, the filler on this IED was an explosive called potassium chlorate. So when it explodes, it makes a big white cloud, very, very intensely white. And when we saw different phases and changes and trends in either explosive types or constructions of the IED, we make reports for everything that we do. But if we saw something new, that's a priority information piece that we need to get out to everybody. So we would send that across our EOD networks to all of our guys, and then that would filter out to all the other people. This one, though, 3-4 India Company stationed at Lazika, which was a small little fob up on the Musa Kala River in Afghanistan, was traveling between Lazika and the next fob down, Urtoba. And they had a big mine roller on a JRV, joint response vehicle, the big vehicles, the 6-wheeled or 4-wheeled vehicles with the triangle hulls. So they hit an IED with their mine roller, and then they stopped. They called us up, and I responded, and all the guys were still in there, right? Still in the vehicle. So I swept up to the vehicle. I did a quick 360 around it. I couldn't see anything, so I go to the back of the vehicle, and I opened up the doors. And I can still remember talking to these guys. They had a dog in there. So I said, all right, gentlemen, here's the deal. We're all still alive. That's a good thing. What I want you to do is follow me like little ducklings, and I'm going to walk you out of here, and then I'm going to work on this truck. Don't touch anything. Are we good? I'm like, yeah, we're good. So they all hopped out of the truck, and I've never seen Marines more faithfully march behind somebody than when I took them out of there. But that IED, their truck had come to a stop on that pressure plate. And that pressure plate was maybe 1/16 of an inch from completing. And had it completed, that would have been another 40-pound jug that would have blown them up. So I got under the truck because I had no other way to get there. But on my stomach, I got under that truck, and I dug that IED out. So I probed it to figure out where it was, and then I dug a little ramp so that I could attach a rope to it and pull it out. But I also traced out that pressure plate and the 2 wires coming from it. And when I started to do calls, I would put 2 strips of electrical tape on my sleeve so that when you do cut a wire, you can put that tape over the wire so that it doesn't make any connection. So I found those wires, and I had my scissors out, and I was like, well, this is it. And I made my cut. And I opened one eye back up, and I looked around, and everything was still there, and nothing was getting loud. So I was like, man, I have the coolest, dumbest job on the planet. And I taped that thing up. I ended up digging up that IED and pulling it out of there and getting those guys out of there pretty safe. But to me, the reason that I have that photo is it's just a standout moment where I was like, wow, this is cool, but it's dumb.
If they would have hit that, how do you think they would have fared in that particular vehicle?
That vehicle would have got flipped easily. And we dealt with other IDs in the region where the trucks had hit it. 25th Marines out of Boston, a bunch of good Beantown guys, hard accents, had hit a few, and they had flipped their jervs entirely, or else blown tires completely off sideways. It's still an intensive blast. So even though you're in an armored vehicle, there's still a lot of damage that you can take internally. That sound echoing inside that chamber, and you still feel the pressure changes. Even though they try to make it fairly well sealed, you've still got an open turret, so that's where air can come in and come out. And then in all the little seams, air is going to come in, come out. So when you deal with a pressure wave change from 40 pounds at a distance of maybe 2 to 3 feet, even though you've got some amount of things in between you to mitigate that, that still hurts. You're still walking away with at least, you know, a TBI for everybody in there, if not a blown out eardrum. The gunner is going to take it the worst because they're the most exposed. One guy in 25th Marines he was a turret gunner and they were strapped in. He had the truck land. He broke his back. Yeah, so it's still super intensive. Had that thing gone off, had it just depressed a little bit more, it would have been a completely different story for him that day. But
Wow. Were you talking to God under that truck, or were you just getting after it?
I was getting after it. God and I had the standard conversation, like, listen, you already know if you're going to help me out, I'll help you out. Just get me through this. But
Interesting to see even EOD guys close an eye.
yeah. Well, the great thing about EOD, and it was kind of the standard joke, is that if you screw it up, like, it's not your problem. You know what I mean? So you have to care, but you don't have to care that much. But you'll never know if you've messed anything up, you know? You're just going to be talking to Jesus.
Wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Saved another truckload full of Marines.
Yes, saved and that was satisfying. And the gunner from that truck, he was running security for us a couple weeks later. He was a little nerdy kid. I don't know who he is, but he might have been 110 pounds dripping wet. Glasses. And real quiet. Just a nice kid, but if you saw him across the room, you would never give him a second glance, right? But we're working 3 IEDs a couple weeks later, and I got my teammate Dave Schultz. He's working one, I'm working one, Matt's at the truck. And we have these people coming up on a motorcycle, right? And so that nerdy kid, he's back in the gun, but he has found it. He has found his intensity. And he was not about to take any shit off anybody. So as soon as they came within engagement distance of that 50 cal, he let it rip. Because he's like, nothing's going to happen to you as an EOD technician. And he started laying down rounds. And it was the most comfortable 3 IDs I've ever worked because that kid was on the gun.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I like that kid.
110 pounds. That has to be hard to be a Marine at 110 pounds. They're not lightening your load, I'm sure.
No, not at all.
Jeez, what an animal.
Truly was.
This is just curiosity for the figure that we're about to model too, but so you're mostly disarming bombs. Are you also using weapons to defend yourself and other guys as well at the same time?
Yeah. Our primary purpose was to do EOD work. And if you're engaging, you're not going to do EOD work. So a lot of times we kept our rifles on us because it's a very Marine thing to never get more than an arm's distance away. But I would oftentimes I would cradle my rifle on my left hand because my right hand is my working hand. So even while patrolling, I would patrol with the rifle up like this because it helped avoid tearing your limbs off in a blast injury. So if you're walking with your arms down, we saw guys lose arms either at the elbow or up at the shoulder. So I tended to cradle my rifle and it allowed for a quick movement to where I was comfortable with engaging. But I would oftentimes just one hand hold it with the rifle pointing that way by the handle, the lower trigger handle, so that I could probe and then put the probe back. And all my working materials are right here so that I could do whatever I needed to do. And then I had a weapons catch that if I needed to go 2 hands and do work, I would put the rifle back there so that I could very quickly do things. But I would squat to do my work rather than take a knee. And my thought behind it was, if you're already standing somewhere and you're not currently blowing up, then you can just squat and then you'll be fine. But if you take a knee, you extend your foot behind you, you're putting your knee down, you're either going to have to probe that entire space where you want to put your feet or take the risk of hitting a switch or, your eyes are not behind you. Your eyes are in front of you. So you need to know exactly where you're putting your body on whatever real estate you're working on. So for me, it was just a smarter and easier move to drop it like it's hot, squat down, do my work, and then come back up.
That's wild. So just for Americans listening to this, the IED threat is so prevalent that you're not only walking in a manner that's less likely to blow a limb off, but you're also not even willing to put a knee down. Squatting's not fun.
No, it's not. And my knees will tell you that now as a 40-year-old man. I've paid for it, but I'm alive.
You mentioned being embedded with some non-U.S. forces or spending some time with them. What was that? Was that anything noteworthy about that experience?
Just that it was cool. So the Brits were working east of Delaram at this place called Camp Juno. It was their own place, but they had British SAS there. And for the general viewer, that British SAS is like British Special Forces, on par with our Tier 1 groups, our Navy SEALs, our Delta, things of that matter. They gave us a call one day over at Delaram and said, hey, we want to go poke around on the Musa Kela Peninsula, but we don't have any EOD technicians here. Do you guys want to come and play? My boss, Chris West, said, yup, we do. So we drove over to Juneau, and we got briefed on the plan. So in Afghanistan, as you're looking at it, the Helmand River and the Helmand River Valley comes here. Sangin would be up at the top with Kajaki Dam right up here. On the other side, you've got the Musa Kela River, and it's got its own river valley. And in between, on that peninsula, is no man's land, right? We didn't have any occupational forces there. There's not a whole lot of populace that lives out there, too. So for those reasons, we were heavily centered on both the river valleys. Anyway, the Brits said, we haven't been there in a while. We want to know what kind of combat power the enemy has out there, if they're storing anything out there, and we generally just kind of want to take a look around. Would you come with us? Absolutely, we would. So the plan was to hop on a couple of CH-47s. We're going to land at around 2, 3 in the morning. We're going to hike our way to the nearest little village. We'll find a quiet place to hang out for a bit. And then when the sun comes up, we're just going to go kick the hornet's nest and see what we can make happen. Roger that. So that's what we did. We went to Juneau. I traded 2 cans of dip for their uniforms, their Marpat uniforms with the little British flag on them. Super comfy. And the reason I did that is so that we didn't get shot for looking different. So we fold in with these guys. We fly in. We drop down. And the ramps drop. And as we're walking off the birds, I go to take my NVGs out of my pocket, put them up on my helmet, drop them down. They immediately do not function. So I take out a spare battery, I flip a battery. Again, they're not functioning. So I just pull it off my helmet. I told my chief warrant officer, Chris West, it's like, I don't have NVGs, so let's make the best of this. And there was about 40% illume at that time, so we had a decent amount of moonlight, and I could see the chem lights that the lead guy was dropping. So we walked into the nearest village, and we find a compound to be in, and we set a watch schedule. A couple of us try to take naps, and there's guys up on watch. And as the sun starts to come up, 5 in the morning maybe, we start hearing radio traffic, because we had regular civilian radios, ICOM radios, and a translator. And so they knew we were there. They just didn't know where we were at. So it was like hide and seek championship of 2011. And so at one point they found us, and that's when it turned into a like 7-hour long running gunfight, because we had pushed to a point as far into the village as we could, knowing that we were going to work backwards and then hit our LZ. And it was basically like hopping back and forth from building to building, compound to compound, while engaging with insurgents and just trying to work backwards to see what they were going to bring to bear on us. We had a B-1B Lancer do a what's called a show of force. So this dude came in with like this massive jet at around 200 feet and just drops low and then slams his engines as he gets over enemy positions. Just roars out of there. And then we had a couple different air pieces on station that day. We had a really good FAC, a forward air controller, with us. We didn't drop any ordnance or munitions, but they were just super instrumental in letting us know from where we were getting engaged from and what movement that they could see. And at one point, there was a pretty good fixed firefight for about 25 minutes. And there was this alley with a wall, but there was a gap in the wall. And so through this wall, they were pouring some pretty intensive fire, but the platoon, part of the platoon had gotten caught on the one side, and we needed them on this other side. So all of us were engaged, but specifically Chris and I developed a quick little plan. Turkey peeked this corner, and he's like, all right, we've got 4 windows. I'm going to swing out, stay high. You go low. I'll take the first 2 windows. You take the second 2 windows. We're going to give these guys enough time to get across the alley so that we can keep moving. So we swung out, laid down the fire, and it was maybe 10, 15 seconds of fire, but it felt like 40 minutes to get these guys across. We moved out to a compound on the edge of the city by the end of the day, and we held there and waited for the birds to come in. But when those birds came in, they were, and it's a bunch of British guys, so it's very hard to understand them anyway when they're yelling, but they were very intensive about doing their seatbelt symbol. And I was like, oh, all right, let's get this on. So as soon as the seatbelts were on, we lifted up about 15 feet, and then these birds went 90 degrees sideways and pulled us out because we had RPG fire coming in. They're like, we got to go. And so they were very intensive about it. We got back, we rode the 46s, and I want to say there was at least 1 Osprey there. Got back to Camp Juneau, just covered in dirt, tired, hungry. I'd been carrying around a full satchel, which is not light at all, and it was super hot that day. I was dehydrated as shit, but that was one of those days where I was super happy to just be done. And I had a good time. It was generally a good time to be able to do all these things and hang out with the Brits and, you know, see what it is they do. And before we left, they came to us and said, hey, we don't have any other explosives and stuff. What can you give us? And so we opened up the side panels on the truck and said, here you go, take what you need, you know, because we're going back to our main compound. I've got a shipping container full of this stuff. So if you want to take everything, you take everything. We'll be fine. So we were able to help out the British brothers on that one.
It's a pretty cool experience.
It was a good time. Probably one of those, I would never get the opportunity to do it again in my life, but I'm glad I took it.
I certainly understand why days like that seem fun. I know for the average person, your idea of a good time in the Marines is getting shot at for 7 hours.
I mean, when you say it like that.
We're very lucky that such people like you exist, that you enjoy that type of day, being shot at. It's crazy.
Well, survival is a great joy.
Yeah. How close were the enemy engaging that day?
100 meters, so not too close. It's not like it was house to house intense, but
As soon as you said 100 meters, like, my God, that's close. But I suppose from your perspective, being in Fallujah, for both of those, that would seem like a far away distance.
yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, all the other guys I'm talking to, that is not far. You can recognize a friend at 100 meters.
Yeah.
With no optics. That's pretty close for the end. They had some balls on them that day, I guess.
Yeah, I think they were just extremely angry that we came into their neighborhood, and they had to answer. They had to. There was no way that they could just let us roll through and, you know, go into every compound that we wanted to go into and go see all the things that we wanted to see. They had to come back with an answer, and they did. But it let us know what we needed to know. And so I'm sure there was follow-on operations back on the peninsula, whether it be direct engagement or whether it was airdrop engagement. But yeah, it did what it was supposed to do. It was a good recon, not just a recon by fire, but like a recon to make them uncomfortable. And it got them off balance, and it made them question a lot of things about their lives and a lot of the direction of what we were going to be doing. So it added, confusion is a great tool in combat, and it added a ton of confusion to their plate, and I'm sure it took them a while to get through that meal.
All right, so we lift off with you're done. All right, so you're done with the SAS. You've done your last deployment to a combat zone, and you're thinking about getting out. You definitely don't want to be in combat anymore, right? Or if I skipped ahead.
It wasn't so much not wanting to be in combat. So this is the decline for me. I always knew that I would stay in the Marine Corps as long as it was fun, right? As long as I was having fun, whatever that looks like. If I was being rewarded, and not like financially or anything, but if I was doing rewarding things, then I would stay. And at the same time, I had gotten tired of Iraq. I was glad that around the 2009, 2010 mark, the Marine Corps was like cycling out of Iraq. That was a relief. And then it kind of got the same way with Afghanistan, but I would have kept going if we were still putting guys out for combat operations. I would have kept going. And as I've talked about throughout this, the thrill of survival is something hard to beat. I kept going back for that. And there's a certain point where survival and chaos kind of intermingle and become a little bit confusing. But I got addicted to chaos. And with that in mind, I was continually trying to go back or trying to stay in a training cycle to get that feeling again and over again. And then also to avoid what I had talked about, which is those quiet moments, where you think about things and you think about your past and all the things that I was scared of, but didn't notice it in the moment, all of those things. And so with Kuwait, like I said, I was searching for that thrill. I had hopped on another deployment, and the thrill wasn't there. The reward wasn't there. I wasn't disarming to bring guys home, and I had nothing but time to think. But the cost that I had paid personally for doing all these things, and I'm sure a bunch of people appreciated me going back to combat zones repeatedly and as often as I could, but there were some who didn't, and they are important to me. Because they are here with me now, even after I'm out of the Marine Corps, so my wife and kids. And as I started to get older and a little bit more mature about how I thought about things, I realized that I had undercut their importance and what they were saying to me, and mainly my wife, because my kids were super young, but she advocated well for them. And so the things that she had been saying about needing more time with me, both her and the kids, became a lot more significant. And when I realized the gravity of all the things that I had seen and done while I was in Kuwait, like I said, it broke me. So I knew when I got back from Kuwait that I needed to leave. It was my time to get out of the Marine Corps. And it was one of those things that I'd always thought about from early in the Marine Corps, is that I would stay around, just like the World War II guys that had inspired me. I would stay around for the duration of combat operations. And then when those combat operations ceased, or when my necessity to be there was no longer evident, then I would go and do other things. And to me, that's what Kuwait was. It was very evident to me that I no longer needed to be there. And that I needed to get out of the way so that the other people inside of my MOS who had passion for it and who were not burnt out, who were not tired, and who still had the energy and the support to do those things, were better suited to be there. So in my view, in order to benefit the organization, I needed to leave. So I knew that I had a couple years left on contract before I would either need to re-enlist to take me all the way to 20, or I needed to get something figured out, or just get out and take my time and try to make it carry over somewhere, somehow. And so I thought it best that if I could, I would get out of the organization with a retirement. And the Department of Defense had introduced, or reintroduced, because it's been around since the early 90s, but a program called TERA, Temporary Early Retirement Authority. So the whole concept there is, if you've got people that are of retirement age and have the time in service, they're eligible. If they want to put in for an early retirement rather than do the full 20, if they meet the program requirements, then you retire them out, and then it allows A, the downsize of the force, and then B, it allows that slot to be filled by the up-and-comers, the people who are at that point better suited and truly want to do that, right? And so my line of thought was, it is now my time to teach everything as intensely as I can to younger Marines, to younger EOD technicians, with the thought that this will be my last training cycle. This will be my last go. I need to pass off as much as I can because I no longer want to be here. And so rather than just get out and be angry with the Marine Corps, because I wasn't angry with the Marine Corps, I was just ready to be in different places. I knew it was time to go. And I had gotten passed over for a promotion to E8, which was a gut punch because Marines are always trained to like constantly excel and move forward. But the guy, there was 5 of us in EOD who got passed over. The guy who got what's called deep selected was an amazing Marine, right? Good guy, just a real good guy. Obviously deserved it. The next promotion cycle that came around, all of us were, again, in zone and eligible. Those 4 guys, they got promoted to Master Sergeant. I didn't because I had already put in my retirement package. So when you put in a retirement package, it lets the Marine Corps know that you no longer want to get promoted and that they should not consider you because it would then be a waste to burn that slot. It would be selfish to take that promotion knowing that you're going to get out. So I put in my Terra package and I said, it's time to go. And so while that was filtering up to Headquarters Marine Corps, I had also approached my commanding officer and said, I have reached a breaking point and I need to go talk to somebody. I need to go get this out or it's not going to end well. And so my commanding officer, who is now a lieutenant colonel, but at that time he was Major Drew Cheatham, lifelong EOD technician, amazing human being. He said, okay, Murph, what help do you need? And I said, I just want to go down the hill and see the wizard. That's what we call the Navy psychologists. And they had a program on Camp Pendleton that it's called IOP, Intensive Outpatient Treatment. And so what they did is they put you in a small group, like 7 or 8 dudes of people that are generally like you in their deployment experience, in their time that they've been in, and in their MOS, if you can kind of get it. So I sat down for, I think it was 8, maybe 12 weeks. It was long. With this small cadre of guys that had generally the same experiences. And the way it worked is in the morning, you did kind of like these generalized classes where everybody in IOP, because they had like 6 or 7 different individual little pods going at the same time. But in the morning, you kind of get together and have general classes, like general feelings classes, general stuff like that, right? Kind of lame. They did some mindfulness yoga and like, I wasn't there for that. I fell asleep a couple times during that. But during the in-room sessions is what I was there for. But they made us talk about everything. And they made us write about it. And then they made us come in and read what we wrote. And then we discussed with the other people in our pod. And then in the late afternoon, you would have individual counseling sessions with Navy psychs. And those were fine. But the most rewarding portion of it was talking to those 7 or 8 dudes and having those very intensive sessions. And it was almost like today where you just, you talk about everything. The major takeaway that I got from all of it, though, was everything that I saw, everything that I did, and most importantly, everything that I felt, both in those moments and then now many years removed, was normal. For the first time, I felt that it was okay and it was normal. Because, man, for a long time, I felt real bad about having fun in combat. I felt bad about killing people. I felt bad about seeing people get injured. Now, mind you, I'm not celebrating those things today, but what I'm saying is I'm now okay with those feelings that I've had about those things. I'm now okay with all the things that I've seen, done, and experienced because as far as the human condition goes, it was normal. Those reactions were normal. The things that we did in combat were normal for combat operations, and they were what we should have been doing. And those feelings that we had are the feelings that we should have been feeling. And it would be more of a warning sign if we didn't have those feelings. If we weren't, morally centered enough to at least feel bad about some of those things. If we weren't morally centered enough to, enjoy some of the good times that we did have. So after going through that experience with all those gentlemen and walking away from it, it felt like getting pushed into a mud puddle, getting slapped around for 8 weeks, and having mud just heaped on you, and then rinsed clean at the end and told that now you're okay. The best way that I can characterize this, and PTSD in general, because I do have a PTSD diagnosis, one, it's not debilitating. It doesn't have to be. But two, do you have a favorite song?
Kind of weird. Probably not. Yeah, I got one.
Okay, but you've got a song that if you heard it, you would know the lyrics, you could maybe sing along to it, right?
Yep.
That's your song. Now imagine if you went to a place like a dance club where they're playing your song on a radio that's this big in the back, but from all the other speakers are playing any number of different songs, and it's just super intense. And you can sort of hear that one, but all this is drowning it out. That whole IOP process, it turned off all this other stuff. It turned the volume down on it. So now I can hear my song. And now I can enjoy that song. And now I can live my life normally. These things will never go away. Combat's never going to go away. My experiences are never going to go away. But they're manageable. And it's okay. It's okay to have a PTSD diagnosis. It's okay. It's okay to have those things. It's okay to have those thoughts and those memories, and you don't have to lock them away and run away from them. They make you who you are. But now I can enjoy those things that I should be enjoying. I can now enjoy my life as I live it. I enjoy my family more. I enjoy like the emotional connections that I've got with my kids and my wife. These are the things that I can now hear and I can focus on rather than having all of these things, overpower it. So it was a horrid experience while I went through IOP, but I would do it again 10 times out of 10. And I would tell any veteran that is experiencing PTSD issues, that has those level of stresses and those traumas, that in order to get through them, you have to do exactly what we did while we were in active duty. You have to do exactly what we did while we were in combat, which is you have to turn and you have to face the threat and you have to overcome it. And how you do that can be done in a million different ways, but it must be done. You cannot run, you cannot go away, and you cannot hope that it will one day just stop on its own. Because unless you turn and face the threat, unless you apply your firepower to that threat, it will never go away.
I had never heard of this program before. It seems like it makes sense to me. I'm not a doctor, mental health professional, but is this available to everybody in the military?
Yes. So I will say this, as much as we have tried to fight it, there is a stigma about mental health treatment in the military. Because the military is all about projecting strength at all times. And so any acknowledgement of a weakness, whether real or perceived, especially among young people, right, anywhere from 18 to 22, who admittedly don't have the same emotional maturity as somebody who's 40, it can be a hard thing to do. And another thing that sucks is because we're so focused on the mission in the Marine Corps, and you always want to be there, you always want to perform your MOS, while you're doing these things, you have emptied your slot at your unit, and there's nobody doing your job, right? So for a commander to give permission to lose a Marine, even though it's for the absolute right reasons, right? That young Marine, or the not even young Marine, but that Marine who's asking for that, has to kind of mentally process that they're going to be stepping away from their unit. And it's a hard feeling because Marines don't like to let Marines down, right? We always want to be there to do the heavy lifting. We always want to be there to do our job. But what those people who need the mental health should understand is that in the long term, they will hurt the Marine Corps more, and they will hurt themselves more, which is more important. They will hurt themselves more if they don't go get that help, right? So I'm not a surgeon, but if I had something wrong with my knee, I'm going to go see a surgeon. I'm not going to tough it out myself. I don't work on NASA rockets, but if I had a problem with my NASA rocket, I'm going to go see a professional. And it's the same thing with all the mechanics that you got up here. If there's not something right here, there are people that know how to fix that. Go see them. There's nothing wrong with it. So getting over that little bit of stigma is the first step, right? Because as much as we say that it's not there, it's still going to be there to a degree. But what we should be doing is celebrating those that go do that and come back and are more of a powerhouse. They're more effective. They're doing greater things because now they're not distracted by all of the stuff that was in their head. They've processed it. They've got rid of what they don't want to keep, and now they can be more effective. That's number one. Two, yes, it is available. I don't know through the VA if it's available or what kind of counselings that they have in that vein, but for active duty, certainly there are programs that you can go do and go get involved with for sure. So the evolution of this and why I was kind of like mentally prepared by 2016 to like take this step is when we were getting ready to come back from, or not even come back, to go to Afghanistan, we knew that on the way back out of Afghanistan that we were going to be stopping in Germany and participating in an Air Force program. So the Air Force, for its people that experience outside the wire, not even combat, but just outside the wire MOSs, they filter them all through this week-long, and it's the same thing where you have group counseling in the morning, and then in the afternoon you kind of go do individual stuff. But at night, or at like 5 o'clock, you get to go be a tourist in Germany. But it's a week of just you and your buddies talking about things that you've experienced for the past 7 months. You don't have to immediately go from Afghanistan to wife with a crying baby, right? You've got at least that 1 week window to like kind of let some things out, have a couple beers, get to see the boys. Because even though you've all been in Afghanistan for 7 months, you might not have seen your boys for 7 months because they're at a different fob and you never got up there. So it's your chance to hang out and just be with the boys. And so when you look historically at combat veterans, there's always been shell shock, there's always been combat effects, but World War II had the least amount in comparison to Vietnam and beyond, right? And so the nexus there is that the transportation methods for getting people from A to B were different. We put people on boats in World War II and we shipped them all over the world, and that took time. So when we were shipping them back home, they had nothing but time to just BS with each other and talk about all the things that they'd seen and done. And for a vast majority of those people that were coming back, it helped, right? That was what they needed. They just needed to get it off their chest. And then they went and did extremely productive things. They had great times. Vietnam, we're putting people on a plane. You're an 8-hour flight to Hawaii, and then you're another 6-hour flight to the United States, and then you're just dispersed. You don't spend time with the guys from your unit. Oftentimes you're rotated away from your unit. The unit would stay, but you as an individual came back. And so you come back and you're intensely alone, just like I was in Balad. You're intensely alone and all you want to do is be with your people. So to rip somebody from the fabric of what they know and what they perceive to be normal the entire time when they were doing it and put them somewhere else and say, this is the new normal, it's very, very shocking. So unless you process that through, it's never going to be a good thing for you. So wherever you are, whether you're active duty or you're getting out as a veteran, I would encourage talking to other veterans. And this is why things like the VFW and stuff were such great boons for people in an earlier age. I never wanted to join the VFW or go hang out with veterans that don't have my experience, right? It just seems strange to me. It doesn't now, it did then. But there's a lot of commonalities, but you just need to reach out and find the people that have similar, not the same, but similar levels of experience and understanding and talk, because the human condition is very, very expressive. We're social animals. And so it oftentimes just helps to put it all out there and realize that you're normal. You're normal for feeling the way that you do. You're normal for doing the things that you did. And you're normal for doing and feeling all the things that we did as a result of combat. That's all I could say is you're normal. There's nothing wrong with you.
Do you think any of maybe the stigma of seeking out that type of help is legitimate? Meaning active duty guys, there are actual career consequences for them?
Oh, absolutely. Especially if it causes you to be non-deployable, or if it is diagnosed to be to such a degree that you're med boarded, right? What does not help is that for every good person, service member out there that truly does need the help, there's going to be a 10% that don't, but that go seek it, right? There are those that didn't have those experiences, but sometimes play it up. And it's unfortunate, and it happens. And what sucks about that is that becomes kind of the standard for everybody. So if you know that there's a dirtbag out there that's playing it up, or they're lying about their experience, or they're lying about what they're going through because they see it gives them certain advantages, it will cause those with the actual experiences and the actual problems to not say anything, because you don't want to be associated with that, right? I don't want to be associated with a dirtbag. I'm not faking my shit, but that person is, and I don't like that. So it's more sensible to just get through your day and not be associated with a malingerer or a dirtbag or somebody who's faking. You don't want to be part of that. And so that's where the stigma is real, it's alive, and it's active. So even though we've got great commanding officers out there that say, hey, you should get the help, we've got enlisted people like me who are advocating for it because I went and got the help. But because there are those people that have drawn a bad name to it, it hurts the potentiality for other people that actually need the help to go get it.
You think there's any way around that? Any way to fix that issue?
Drop the hammer on the fakers.
How do you, again, I don't know. How do you do that? How do you know that they're faking and then actually drop the hammer on them?
Right, and that's where it gets real confusing, because commanding officers are often not the diagnostic technicians. They're not doctors, right? And as a doctor, especially as a doctor of mental health, it's safer to err on the side of caution and treat everybody to the nth degree with as much care and compassion as you can. And so you have to treat even those that are faking it, or those that were not as intensive as the others. You have to treat them the same. So it's kind of a catch-22. So the military society will kind of shake that out, because we have always been very, very offended by people who fake anything. So they will get their retribution one way or another, whether it's being blackballed, not having friends, not being talked to, not getting choice assignments. Like, it tends to work itself out. I mean, it is truly unfortunate that there are people out there that need treatment that won't seek it because of the stigmas that exist. I will say that as a bottom line. But even if you don't get it on active duty, certainly once you've left active duty, there's nothing left to lose. Go get the treatment. Go sit down with somebody. Go have the conversation. Do it over beer if you have to. Not excessively, but go get it done. Just turn into the fight, hug the cactus, face the problem.
That was a good experience for you to do. You've given plenty of good advice to other Marines. Are there any consequences that, I guess, anything that could be fixed in terms of government or military structure that wouldn't penalize guys for seeking help?
No, but the one thing that I would advocate for is privatizing veteran health. So and because it's a big bureaucratic machine, the VA has a lot of problems with getting anything done fast, because they work at the speed of government. And oftentimes our veterans who are experiencing traumas, especially emotional traumas, don't have time to wait, right? We don't. So if we could privatize their treatment and just voucher it out, essentially, to give them the option and the availability to go seek help immediately, knowing that it would get paid for would be a much better thing. It's just not. The VA is great. It's not efficient. I will say that. So trying to get into the VA with the intensity that we need some of these things done just doesn't exist. And so that's where, even if the initial, like say a veteran's having some sort of emergency, right? Suicidal ideation, whatever. You want to take care of that right now, obviously, right? We don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want veterans hurting themselves. So even if it's just for that first initial, hey, I checked into an emergency room or I checked into an emotional trauma center of some sort, even called a suicide hotline and they put me in touch with whoever, right? Even if it's just that initial contact coverage that's privatized or vouchered out at least, I think that would be a step in the right direction. And then give those people that have access to those immediate necessary trauma treatments prioritization among other patients, because I can't speak to it. I'm not a member of the VA, so I don't know how their prioritization works. But even if it means a separate branch within the VA just to take care of emotional trauma and emergency emotional trauma would make sense to me. Because if we're just, and this is conceptual, if we're just putting them in the pipeline with other patients and you have to wait through all that stuff, that's not a path to success at all. So that's what I would do if I had that magic wand to make those things happen. Because emotional trauma, when it does come up, it's usually never subtle. It's in a big way and it needs to be taken care of right now, right? And if it's not taken care of right now, then you have a tendency for horrible outcomes. And most oftentimes those are avoidable.
Talk a lot about, emotional trauma from being in war. I have to guess that veterans or even enlisted active duty don't even like saying the word emotional. It has a negative connotation. And what I heard that I really liked is that when you go to war or just join the military, you're volunteering right away. I'm putting my life on the line to defend my country and accomplish our objectives. But what I don't think a lot of people realize, especially civilians, is it's not, you would gladly give your life. To you, that would have been very easy just based on the stories that you've told. But what I think is particularly hard to deal with is the fact that you're also risking your soul. You'd mentioned being angry at God for a long time, not understanding why these things happen. You saw evil. It doesn't mean that a single person was evil, but the circumstances you were in. War is not necessarily a moral activity. You had to do it, but just looking at it that way helped me kind of understand it a little better. And I feel like if I were to put myself in a veteran's shoes, understanding that you've had spiritual damage, not just physical damage, maybe a better alternative to saying emotion.
True. I mean, there's a tie into both. And then morality, they're all words that kind of stem from the same spot, right? You feel those pretty intensely. But it is true. And the thing about sending 18-year-olds into combat is I don't think that there's any 18-year-old on the face of the planet with a fully developed sense of spirituality, with a fully developed sense of morality, and certainly not with a broad spectrum of emotional intelligence. It's just not there. And so unfortunately you have to skin your knees, whether it's spiritually, emotionally, morally, to go experience and see these things. So what I would advocate for, and this is somewhat done in the military, but it could be done better, is having that mentorship and guidance. Because we get it from the chaplain, right? All the time. Oh, chaplain's here to talk to you. And like most people kind of like turn that off, especially for an 18-year-old dude who's just worried about drinking and finding the next pretty girl. So it's not something that I was prepared to hear as a 19-year-old person, that, you should be examining your soul. You should be looking at what emotions you're having. I'm not worried about that. I want my gun. I want to go do combat things, and I'll worry about the rest later. But if we could get the mentorship, not only from like the veterans to the active duty, but within the active duty from, the older ones on down, because we're really, really good about teaching our MOSs. We're really, really good about teaching combat effectiveness. We're not good at all about teaching what happens when we go do these things. What do you experience? How does it affect you? There's tons of military jokes about like divorces, and oftentimes that's a result of emotional traumas that we deal with. Or if you get into my situation where you just like to deploy and that's all you want to do, and you're willing to sacrifice everything at home to go do it, that can come at a cost. That can result very, very easily in a divorce, because nobody in any marriage or relationship of any type wants to do it alone. Nobody wants to be just the person at home in love with a phone or a postcard. That's not a healthy marriage. Some of them endure longer than others, for many, many reasons. I think mine endured because she's just as stubborn as I am, but some don't. And that's incredibly sad, because there's so much goodness that could come out of a military relationship. There's so much that the military spouses do, and they do so well when it's going good. The support networks among the wives are good. The support for what their service members are doing is good. It's very, very intensive. But when it goes bad, it goes bad, and it's never a pretty thing. So if we could, offer that emotional, there's that word again, but offer that support, that guidance, from the older generations down to the younger, that there are some things that are avoidable and there are some things that are not, but there are healthy ways to deal with what you're feeling throughout all of those things. I think that would make for a much better fighting force in total. And you would probably have people that stick around the Marine Corps for a lot longer, and have a lot more people that enjoy it.
Is there any barrier to having that actually happen, or is it just a matter of time?
It's just time. It's a culture. There's no barrier with that. The one thing that we do try to avoid is fraternization. So drawing the line between being overly friendly with your subordinates would take a lot more awareness. But I think that there are good mentorship relationships out there that can happen without crossing the lines of authority, so that we could develop true and good mentorship to treat our subordinates like our family members rather than as subordinates, so that we could develop them and guide them and bring them along the path. Because everybody who's older than you in the Marine Corps has dealt with it. If it didn't happen to them, it happened to a friend, so they can help you through it. So it's a two-way street, though. I will say that it's not just incumbent on our seniors to our juniors, but it's incumbent also on our juniors to ask. You need to ask for that guidance. And then when somebody gives you guidance, follow it, right? Don't go marrying a stripper. That's always a bad idea, right? Don't get the 25% interest rate on the Mustang. First sergeant's not lying to you. It's a bad idea. But finding the young ones that are receptive to good advice is also part of the difficulty.
Do you think there's any place for veterans in that process too, in terms of providing mentorship?
Oh, at all levels and at all times. Yes. I would say if there was more of a network for, and you kind of see this happening in a de facto way. So we met on the Marine Corps subreddit, right? And so there's a lot of older Marines there that are from like the 1960s all the way through today. And then you've got the current generation of Marines. And while it's a de facto thing, if we could set this up as more of a real life in-person regional thing, having active duty, and it doesn't matter what rank they are, be able to reach out to some of the older guys, some of the veterans, maybe even within the first 4 years of separation, and say, how did you deal with this? How do you go through this? Would be magical. It would be a boon. There was so many times that, and I saw this inside the EOD community, because we're kind of cultish. We're super good about keeping track of people and making sure that they come back and talk to us, right? Each EOD company has a bar or a lounge area that we can host events at. And every year, as part of our memorial process, we invite retired and separated EOD technicians to come in. And it's such a beautiful thing to see like older dudes that have been out for 5 to 20 years talking to guys that, just picked up staff sergeant. It's like, oh, I remember this about being a staff sergeant, or do you have questions? And you get a lot of great advice that's passed through. And so with active duty guys, you've got guys that are out that are mentors. And I think one of the biggest signs of success for any Marine, whether you got out as a PFC or whether you got out as a general with a star on your collar, is if you got guys that are still willing to call you, whether they're in or out, and ask for your advice because they value your content that you give them. That's the mark of a successful leader. And whether you could have been a PFC that got out, but if you're giving good advice and you're putting people on the right track that's going to make them successful, people will remember you and they will seek you out for that.
Awesome. So you do think there's value then in connecting the veterans with active duty? There's certainly less ramifications too of seeking help or advice that way too.
Oh yeah, and it could be non-reportable, because if you go to certain venues, there's a reporting requirement. If you could make a veteran group that could have that reach out and touch, but not place the requirements on it, or maybe even just narrow the requirements. Because obviously, if somebody comes to me and says that they're going to hurt themselves, I'm going to take action on it, right? Whether legally required to or not. But if you could give a little bit more discretion and judgment, I think that would be an intensely great thing.
I wonder what the best mechanism for that would be, best way to organize it. I don't know.
In today's day and age, sure, I would say an app. If you had an Ask a Vet app, and then you could separate it out by service, and then even if you wanted to go through by MOS and make sure that the vet that's getting asked has the qualifications to answer those questions and leave it open, or you could have it as a general advice thing, where any vet can get a general advice question from somebody, because we're so connected to cell phones and applications and that's what people understand, then that's it. Have a built-in FaceTime application for it where I don't know your phone number, you don't know mine, but if I, through the app, say I want to connect to you and we set up FaceTime, then we can. And it's anonymous because I don't know your number, you don't know mine, but I could talk to you. I think that would be beneficial and far-reaching so that people could, your active duty could ask questions, because it wouldn't surprise me if you have lieutenant colonels and generals that wanted to use that app to reach out to ask people about things. Or, even if they're not reaching parallel to their own level, if they wanted to go ask former enlisted, what do you think about this? It gives that opportunity, and it's not through official channels, so it's not going to be part of the business record. But if they want to seek that advice, then it's available to them. Maybe they just want to find out how to be better mentors to push down information. Reach out, ask a vet, pull up your app.
The whole big part of the reason why we're doing this is to cure apathy and ignorance of the American public. But one of the things that I constantly come back to is, even if, let's use me as an example, even if I wanted to know more while these wars are being fought, where do I really get good information? I feel like most of what I get, not trying to be negative, is propaganda. Hey, it's going really well, go team. You're not hearing what's actually occurring on the ground level. And I don't know, you can tell me if I'm wrong, I don't know if there's a good mechanism to get that information to civilians, who then can exert political pressure to ensure that we're doing things the right way. Does that make sense?
It does. So what you have to do is engage in guerrilla warfare of information. And this has happened organically, but it needs promotion. The unfortunate thing about guerrilla information sites is they have the potentiality to be breeding grounds for extremism, whether it's left or right extremism. I think we'd all agree that fanatical extremism in any view is unhealthy. But there is such a chokehold on mainstream media in the United States now that any other guerrilla information is, and we have buzzwords for this, is misinformation. You know what I mean? That's a big thing. It's a untrusted source. It's all these things. When journalism should truly be from the people. It's constitutionally written into the fabric of our society that we have freedom of speech. Unfortunately, because you have a corporate media out there that is already a leviathan, they're very well established, it's very hard to get independent media news sources in and going without them being labeled as misinformation, cranks, extremists, those types of things, because it's so much easier to just put those labels on something that you don't want to grow and then stamp it out before it has a chance to take foot. So I would say push at every opportunity that you can on legitimate, I use that word as synonymous with already established media organizations, links, and then the actual information from those other sites. One site that's done really well at this is X, formerly known as Twitter, with their community notes function, right? That now allows people to counterbalance things that are getting put out. And sometimes it's done in a pretty hilarious fashion. Recently, there's a recent Supreme Court decision, Cargill, all right, and it was about bump stocks. And there was an organization that said, this decision is a great decision. You know, it's for the American public. We should be celebrating this. But the community notes under it showed that same organization months prior had been devoutly against bump stocks, and they were advocating for the demise of bump stocks. So to be able to even just put that out there for people to see in the community notes function is essentially what we should be doing across all platforms, is offering different sources of information and letting it shake out. Because as a trial attorney, I can tell you that there are 3 sides to every story. Their side, the other side, and then the truth that usually shakes out in the middle.
The specific situation that I was trying to wrap my brain around and solve was, and this has been a couple veterans that have mentioned this viewpoint, their experience in Afghanistan, let's say, they're like, basically we drove around a lot and we got blown up many times, and we gave equipment to partner forces who then sold it to the Taliban, and we drove around some more and got blown up some more. And they're like, and they realized very quickly, I wasn't accomplishing anything, and whatever we were doing in the region doesn't make any sense. That's not a viewpoint that I ever got until I actually started talking to veterans. Well, the only people who really know what's going on, don't have any interest invested in it anymore, and who are able to speak freely without consequence, those are the veterans who are returning home, either retired because their time is up, or injured. How would they be able to get that ground level information to the public who can actually do something about it?
Well, I think you're making the right move with this project. I think exterior to this, the one place that we need to have access to, all of us vets that are out, and it would be great to have this enacted via law, but is to have an open door to go testify at the Senate Armed Services Committee, right? Because they're the one oversight agency that really steers where the ship goes. They're writing our National Defense Authorization Act, which constitutionally is required to be done every 2 years to fund the military. But we always hear from the higher echelons of the military, this is what we're doing, this is what's going on. And that's great. You need to hear from those people. But as a counterbalance, you also need to hear from the people that don't have great things to say about it. Because if we don't hear both sides of it, we're not truly having an open debate as to what we should be doing and where we should be going. It's more of person A is telling Senate Armed Services Committee what they want to hear so that we can go ahead and continue with whatever agenda that we want to get done anyway. So it would be nicer to hear in those types of meetings, to have people that come up and are willing to speak to the community as a counterbalance to these points. Because as a veteran, if I was called to speak about what didn't work in Afghanistan, I'm not going to go there and just trash the United States, nor would I trash the United States Marine Corps or any of the armed services. Because I think, for the most part, we're right about what we do. We're extremely good about what we do. We're on the right path. The methodology, there's the room for debate. How are we getting this done? Do we need to do X to get to Z, or do we not? And if we don't need to do it, why are we doing it? Like I spoke earlier before this started, for me, Marine Corps leadership, and it should be all of our leadership across the now 5 services, go Space Force, across the services with our service secretaries and also with the Secretary of Defense, the question is, are the actions that we're taking going to increase the lethality and the survivability of the warfighter? If they are not going to do those 2 things, then we need to not do these things. We are essentially wasting our time, our energy to do these things. Whether it's aid packages to foreign countries, whether it's different types of training and availability to us, whether it's where we're going to deploy our forces, whether it's how we deployed our forces and what our mission was. Lethality on the battlefield and survivability. If those are not the controlling factors in a decision to be made when it comes to the young men and women that put on the uniform of our nation, and they're willing to go out there and bleed and take blood for this nation, then it needs to not happen. That's my position on it.
Good point. So what is this committee again that you said?
The Senate Armed Services Committee and the House Armed Services Committee, those are the 2 committees that are generally the oversight for the military. And when you have bills that come from either side for the National Defense Authorization Act, you need to reconcile those 2 bills. And I would also say that when it comes to a National Defense Authorization Act, we need to legislatively bar making them omnibus bills, because oftentimes non-military related matters are inserted into the NDAA as a leverage point, because we know that the NDAA has to pass. It absolutely has to. It's constitutionally required every 2 years, and if it doesn't pass, then we have a defunded military. So oftentimes, and both sides have done this, you will see for political gain, for things that are not military related, they are inserted into the NDAA. And this is what it does. It allows people to say they don't support the military if they don't vote for the NDAA, but you've got a poison pill buried in there that under normal circumstances, is, if it were a standalone element, would never, ever get voted for. It would never get passed. But if you stick it into that NDAA, now you can tie it into people's patriotism, their care for the Constitution, their care for the safety of the country, their care for our military status around the world. And that is just a hijacking of a phenomenal level that is reprehensible.
So you would advocate in those committees having guys who are able to speak freely basically share their experiences then? So you open it up to them.
Absolutely. And it might be as effective as throwing tomatoes at a brick wall, but you might get that one in 1,000 hit that just knocks out a home run. But we're never going to get that hit if we don't have guys up there advocating. If we don't have the voice there, nobody's going to hear it. So I would rather do it 1,000 times and miss and get the one hit than not do it at all.
You had mentioned faith a couple times. You and I are both Christians. And you'd mentioned how that was a strained relationship at best early in your military career. I wonder, two things I'm interested in hearing. One, just about your journey to kind of reconciling with God. And then number 2, I'd be curious to know what your feedback is on God and Christianity in the military. How prevalent is it? Would we be well served to have more Christianity in our military and in our government? And if so, what impacts would that have?
So with me, my background, I was Roman Catholic from the start, right? My entire family is Roman Catholic. So I went to a Catholic school for the first 5 years of my life. Did 2 years of kindergarten at a Catholic school because I enjoyed it so much. But was very, very much intensely raised in the faith. All the sacraments, First Communion, confession, and then confirmation as an adult. And we talked about, when I was growing up, ordained professions, right? And the military was an ordained profession. It was talked about biblically. Military lifestyle is very much in there. And so I felt good as a little Catholic going into the military. I didn't think it was going to be a problem. But again, as an 18-year-old, I didn't deeply think about it. It wasn't until probably after Fallujah 2 and that whole tour, the 04-05 year-long tour, so my first combat tour, that I got back and I really started being angry with God for having seen all of those things. And it was a slow, simmering anger until a very good friend of mine got hit. Thomas McRae and I, we were infantry Marines together. I had met him when I signed up to stay in Iraq. He was a corporal. I was a lance corporal. He was a very good guy. He had gotten out of the Marine Corps, and he stayed close to 29 Palms because he was lived up in Vegas, but we had stayed in contact. He came back to the Marine Corps after I joined EOD because I was so in love with EOD that he came back and he signed up for EOD and then went to school. He got hit and is a triple amputee, and he lost one eye. And then while that tour was going on for him, his wife was not good to him. She had left him. She had gotten deep into drugs and literally had stripped everything out of the house to include the kitchen sink. Everything was gone. So he came back with one limb, one eye, no house. His wife's gone. She took their daughter, right? And that to me made me real angry because I didn't see the fairness in that. I didn't see how a loving God would let that happen, right? And that was just one of the key events. But I had kind of maintained, like I knew it was important in the Catholic tradition to maintain a church presence. So even throughout all of this, for the early part of my career, I was still, like, even in EOD school, I could still remember going to church on Sundays, right? And still trying to get it figured out. I went to confession after my combat tours because that's the first place I put it on the table. And I tried working through all that, but it wasn't until late. It wasn't until IOP, after I had my, I don't want to call it a breakdown because I didn't lose it, you know. But after I surrendered, right? After I stopped fighting God, after I said, fine, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the plan is. All I know is it's not going the way that I want it to. So there's got to be a reason for it. But if you want to do it your way, we'll do it your way. Just let me know what I'm supposed to do. And it was a watershed moment for me. It was such an emotional release moment. And everything's been better since then. And not just like in a physical fortune kind of way. I'm doing all right. I've never lacked a capacity to make money or put a roof over my head, but everything's better. And I don't know how to articulate it, but I enjoy my days more. I enjoy the interactions that I have more, especially with my family. And I find myself now more often when I have those little perfect moments in time, saying thank you to God for those moments. I walked into my house the other day because I'd been driving all around the state. I'm prepping for a murder trial right now, driving all over the state. I didn't get home until 8 o'clock at night. And I walked downstairs into my son's room, and he was so excited to see me. Dad! And he flew up out of bed, and I said, hey, do you want to pass the football around for a little bit? And boy, do I. And he was up and out of the stairs before I could turn around. But it was one of those moments that I said thank you for, those are the quiet moments that when I was in boot camp, I told God that I would appreciate if he would just get me out of there. And so he did. And so now I get to appreciate those things. So it was a long time to get myself to the point of surrender. But once I realized that I'm not in charge and that that's okay, and that putting all my faith for the rest of my fate in God is not a gamble, I don't feel. It's just been a lot better. It's a lot more stable. And it just feels like every day just feels a lot more stable to me than many other periods in my life where every day was chaotic and I didn't know what the result was going to be, and I was not confident in what the results of that was going to be. Military. So you run into a couple problems with trying to endorse faith in the military, especially now, because in the very secular government that we work in now, and in the very anti-religious world that we live in now, it is hard to toe the line of constitutionally offering religious services to somebody without promoting it, and without promoting it while not being detrimental to the other faiths that exist, right? Whether you believe in those faiths, the tenets of those faiths or not, I think all around, yes, there should be a more intensive focus on faith and what ministries are available through our military. We should have chaplains of every sort there. And we're making some strides. Some are more symbolic than others in that recently there was a Sikh Marine that was allowed to have his turban as part of his religious symbology. Muslims are now, to a certain degree, growing beards in the Army. I think yarmulkes have always been, maybe not always, but have been allowed in many situations, if not all. And with us, I would say while I was growing up in the Marine Corps, it was never frowned upon to practice faith. It was never frowned upon to belong to a religious order. It was never frowned upon to have like a chain with a cross or a Star of David or any of those things. It was just very much, when I was in, it was less about the outward symbology of it. Like, you don't get to have those things. One, because you don't need them. You and God have a relationship. It's not strictly about what you wear. Those are symbols. But two, the focus for us was always intensely your MOS and what the objective of the military was. So the importance of religion, faith, and the availability of ministries was not ever top billing, but it was there and it was apparent. When we were in Kuwait getting ready to drive into Iraq, we had this chaplain, the division chaplain. Divine was his last name. And I want to say he was from Boston, hard accent. But Chaplain Divine, he blessed our weapons before we went in. I asked to have my rifle blessed, my eyes and my hands, so that with these things I could do the work of God. As strange as that sounds, but it was there and it was never frowned upon. So I will say that it's, and I'm confident in saying that even today, religion and faith and the ministries inside the military are not attacked. They're there, they're available, they're just not promoted. And most likely so that we can stay constitutional and not trample on anybody else's rights.
The reason that I brought this whole thing up was I've heard so many accounts, not necessarily personally, man to man, but watching other military related content and interviews, that a lot of the guys who are in there fighting, especially tier 1 units, but it goes for everybody, where God's not a part of their life and they are harmed very greatly because of that fact. They're not equipped spiritually to deal with the evil things that they see and the trauma that they endure. And it hurts them and ultimately hurts the military and hurts their families later. It's not to say that there's not a way to recover from that, but I always wonder, what if these guys were equipped with biblical knowledge and with like God, right, just the same as we equip them with all the highest technology and gadgets and guns and body armor and training? I view them as equal, if not maybe the God piece is more important. And I just think, is the military culture lacking that at all?
No, it's not lacking. But again, when we look at the initial training phase for anybody joining the military, you're dealing with young minds and inexperience, essentially. And those young minds and those inexperienced, whether they be officers or enlisted, because the age difference isn't that much between a lieutenant and a PFC, it's just the lack of understanding and maturity. So again, it's one of those things that you would have to factor into your mentorship program. And then it's very delicate too, because you can't be seen as forcing that preaching on anybody. But I think if we made it available as an option, right? Hey, do you want to talk more about this? Or this has been my experience. You don't have to buy into this, but having more people that would be willing to talk about their individual experiences without requiring it of other people, I think would be much more successful. Because just like growing up, when your parents told you something, great, but when somebody else told me something, I would fully endorse, so it's one of those things that maybe coming from person A is not going to have as much purchase in their mind, but from their vet mentor would have a lot more purchase in their mind. And then coming from a vet mentor, with that being a voluntary interaction, the vet mentor is not under the same restrictions that somebody in the uniform is. So there's a lot more freedom coming from a vet mentor to say, these are my religious beliefs. This is how religion and faith has helped me throughout the entirety of my journey. You would have a lot more First Amendment protection from that angle.
Makes sense. So so we lead right back to the mentorship angle. Yeah, I think that seems like a perfectly good way to do it.
And I would even make that as a feature of the app. Like, do you have religious guidance questions? Yes, I do. Well, let's ask them, because you can do it in a private setting. You're never going to get an 18-year-old kid in a room with 300 other Marines to stand up and talk about faith questions, but you might get them to talk about it through the app.
You never know. All things are possible through God, right?
All things are possible. The odds, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the mentorship. Does anything like that exist right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes you get groups that'll come in and talk about like finances, right? I had a finance guy come in one time and he's like, "Oh, I'm a vet." It's like, okay, great. I don't care, and I also don't want your financial advice right now. So when it's quasi forced like that, the reception level is just zero. Because if you take me away from doing what I want to do, and you sit me in the gym, or you sit me in the base theater, and I have to listen to a litany of people talk about shit, by the time you get to the religious guy or the vet mentorship guy, who's going to be at the end, because he's not a check mark, right? All the other stuff that they have to talk about are all check marks. So they're going to get more time throughout that day. So by the time we finally get to this guy, I'm checked out. I'm not listening to it. So it has to be more of a voluntary, ubiquitous option rather than a very narrow availability, you need to listen to me now type thing, which is why I endorse the app.
And the only thing we didn't really talk about is just your career now. I think I don't know a lot about your career now, but I do know that it's impressive to exit the Marine Corps. You started as a grunt. You learned how to defuse bombs. You faced that fear all the time, saved lives. You got out of the military, successfully kept your marriage, raised children, And then now you've also managed to get a law degree and continue defending this country by putting evil people away. How did you do that?
So I had considered law for quite a while because it appeals to my sense of right and wrong, and it appeals to my love for rules, right? I like structure, which is why I love the Marine Corps. And I had considered getting out after Afghanistan 11. It would have been my 12-year mark. I was like, yeah, maybe I should get out. I'm kind of getting tired. I don't know how much longer I can do it. But then I got put on the rotation for Afghan 13, so I was like, well, I'm staying. This is what I'm doing. But I had signed up for the LSAT in 2012, never took it, and had even talked about going into the reserves. And then we had a son, and I was like, well, I'm sticking around for a while because you cannot beat active duty medical insurance. So I stayed, and I took that retirement, got out. I worked for the world's biggest shipping company for a while, for about 8 weeks. Great company, just not my company. And so I departed. And I spent the next 6 months alone, like not physically alone, but alone, trying to figure out what I should do. And the only thing that kept coming back up for me as any sort of interesting thing to do was law. So I signed up for the LSAT, and I confidently went in there and I failed. And so I reevaluated it and figured out what I did wrong and signed up for a tutoring program and took the LSAT again. And then this time passed. And I didn't have like an amazing score. Like, I'm obviously not getting into Harvard on my score. That's fine. So I applied to law schools all up and down the East Coast so that we could be closer to my wife's family, because we knew eventually South Dakota was the destination. And I got accepted to quite a few, and only one of them actually physically picked up a phone and called me. And Dean Bell is her name. She's the Dean of Students at Charleston School of Law. Wonderful woman. An amazing, charming phone voice. She's got this Southern Belle phone voice. And she had a sense of welcoming and family in that conversation that we had. And I knew when I got off the phone with her that I was not going to go anywhere else. So I said yes to the Charleston School of Law, moved the family to Virginia so that wife and kids could be near her family while I did 1L. I didn't know how intense that first year was going to be, but I knew I wanted to give it everything that I could. So I lived as a retiree in base housing at Goose Creek in Charleston, and I drove into law school and did that. After the first year, I knew I was going to make it. So wife and kids came down. We finished it out. I didn't take any summers off because I didn't need to. Like, my family was here. For all the younger generation of kids that still had like cool summers to go do, they would. But I just kept doing classes so that I could, one, continue to get my GI Bill, and then two, just get done as quickly as possible. I didn't see the need to take any extra time. Studied very, very intensely for the bar exam. I hugged that cactus for, I want to say like 75 or 80 days, whatever it was that I studied. But bar study is lonely and it's hard because you graduate and then you have to go study by yourself. And most people like move to whatever region they're going to be in for their practice. So I didn't really see any of my law school friends. Flew to South Dakota, took the bar exam, found out in the first week of April that I passed, and I was super excited. And there's only been one thing that I wanted to do inside of law, just like when I signed up for the Marine Corps and I knew I wanted to be in the infantry. I knew I wanted to be a criminal prosecutor, and that's all I wanted to do. There's a million different areas of law that you can do, niche areas that I didn't even know about until I went to law school. Like, I advocate for dogs with arthritis. Like, what? It's a real thing. There's societies for it. There's organizations. There's groups for it. There's representation. Cool, just not my thing. So I got a job as a criminal prosecutor in South Dakota, and I take care of violent crime in my home state. And it is everything that you would imagine it to be, from simple domestic violence to, like I said, I've got a murder trial coming up. We do a lot of drugs. There's a lot of drugs that move through South Dakota because it's such a wide open space that people see it as a viable option to move through and not interact with law enforcement. And drugs cause a lot of crime to happen, assaults, gun crimes associated with drugs, all sorts of stuff. And then even things such as like child pornography. You wouldn't, I guess I wouldn't think of it, but there's a lot of people that dabble in child pornography in South Dakota. So those cases come up. But all in all, the crime is very, it's shocking to me because I wouldn't think it in small South Dakota that we'd have it, but crime exists everywhere as a realistic thing. But two, that's not the important part about being a criminal prosecutor. Just like in EOD, where I got to help people and disarming a bomb was helping somebody, every crime has a victim, right? Every crime is the result of somebody doing something bad to somebody else. And so the mission and the objective here is to help those victims. I can't turn back time. I can't make those crimes unhappen. But what I can do is try to get justice for the victims of those crimes. And whatever form of justice that means, whether it be a long sentence, whether it be a shorter sentence, whether it be with restitution, those victims are always grateful to know that somebody cares for them enough to prosecute that crime, and that their victimizer has been named. Because oftentimes, especially with sex crimes, they go unreported for a long time, or nobody believes the victims. And that's a tragedy, just in and of itself. Can you imagine what it must be like to have a violation of your body sexually, and then nobody believes you, and then you see that person living their life free and clear? That's got to be the worst feeling on the face of the planet. So if we can help those victims to get justice, we will do that at every step of the way. And oftentimes it's a very cathartic experience for a victim to get up on a witness stand during a trial and to be able to turn and say, that person, they did it. They did it to me. And it's them speaking the truth, and they know finally they have the chance for somebody to believe them. And usually the evidence is so compelling that those 12 people in the jury box have no problem believing them, and they have no problem rendering a verdict, and they have no problem giving that verdict over to the judge and say, based off the evidence that we've been provided, we believe this person is guilty. And so when that comes down, that's such a powerful moment for the victims. And one of the guidance pieces that I got when I got here to the office was, when you do a sex crime, when you do a trial for a sex crime, more often than not, you will be the only person advocating for the victim. You will see in the gallery people that are there for the perpetrator. You will not see that amount of people for your victim. So it's a very powerful thing to see, especially at a sentencing, if anybody shows up for the victim, because oftentimes they get blamed, they get ridiculed, because unfortunately a lot of sex crimes take place within like familial relations. So one, the crime itself is horrendous and it's a wedge, but two, when that victim speaks up, and the perpetrator of that crime is going to have to be leaving the family to go to jail time, or the consequences are that a source of income is now leaving, all of these things, oftentimes the victim feels punished for speaking up. So when you do have a sentencing, when you do have a guilty verdict rendered, and there are people there other than yourself to help that victim celebrate that is one of those rewarding things that I will never get tired of.
That's awesome. Seems like you're exactly where you should be in terms of what you can accomplish and the satisfaction you get. Do you have any aspirations to, I don't know if you can move up? Is there any goals that you have? We'll put it that way.
Well, from the time that we've started talking, and I would say long before, like I said, I showed that book to you. I've got my ideas of how we could change things in this country, and how we should influence the political process. And I think it would be outright hypocritical of me to say that, we should have veterans getting involved in the political process, but sit back myself. When that time comes, I think God will let me know. If I was called in my life to go serve in that capacity, I would be hard-pressed to say no. So whatever that looks like, whether it's representation at the state level or running for a national office, if and when that time comes, if it's part of God's plan for me, then I will hop on board. But just like the one book I showed you, there is a lot of constitutional study that I am doing. I've just hit the surface of it being an attorney, and I became an attorney not just to be a criminal prosecutor, but to understand law and how it's written, why it's written, and so that when I read our Constitution, I can understand why these things are designed the way that they are and why they've changed from the original constitutional design and what benefits we would have going back to the original constitutional design. So I have a lot of study in that direction to do. Blackstone's commentaries on the Constitution. I bought all 3 original volumes that I'm reading through on that. And then there's a lot of reading that the Supreme Court justices, not just the current 9, but previous ones have done that have helped their analysis and their line of thought, that I'm also reading through those books so that I can understand how they think and what has influenced them in their constitutional analysis. Because I think the Constitution is a beautiful thing. I think there's room in the Constitution for everybody in America. And what we need to understand as citizens all the way around is fair doesn't always taste like honey. And so people are upset when they don't get their way all the time. But the result of a constitutional government is not all of us are going to get our way all the time, but we are going to do what's best for the Republic based off of the Constitution within those left and right lateral limits that we have. And anything that we want to change, I think we should be doing it constitutionally so that it affects everybody, and it affects everybody through the constitutional process, not through a fiat process, not through an executive order process, not through a case law process, because bench-made law is precarious, right? It's not permanent by any means. The Constitution has a lot more permanency that permeates from it, and we have confidence that we can point to the Constitution and say, no, this is the way it is, because the Constitution does not change easily. It does change, but it is a process, and it has to have such a good basis within all of our society and such an agreement with all of our society as to its acceptability that we don't change it unless the majority of our population agrees with it. And that's a huge hurdle to overcome, as it should be. We should not be changing the fabric of our society at will, right? So it's given us some good guideposts to go forward on. But the reason that case law is so precarious, and we've seen this with the abortion decision recently. So for almost 4 full decades, we had America functioning on essentially what was a Supreme Court decision, but neither side of the political aisle ever wanted to make permanent legislation based off of that ruling, right? It was used as a football back and forth for campaigning, for fear-mongering, for all of these things, but both sides are guilty of not legislating a solution. And so the Supreme Court then had the ability, the constitutional ability, to make a decision and strike down prior law. And so you had a lot of people that are screaming, stare decisis, stare decisis. Well, that's great, but that's a tradition. Stare decisis is not a law. It is a legal tradition that, helps guide us and keep some uniformity as we're going forward with things. But if you're not going to legislate a decision from the bench, or a decision based off of what the bench has decided, then you're leaving yourself on the balance of what that is and who's on the court. So in wanting to bring permanency, stability to people's lives, I think there's a lot that we can do with the Constitution and with legislative law to make things more permanent and to leave decision-making to the courts, but reflective of that decision-making, we should be making permanent law based off of what we see those rulings are.
But I know you had mentioned that it's upsetting and unproductive to have the country so divided. You mentioned about bringing people together. If you want to speak any more about that, you can.
I think I've covered it pretty well about extremism not being a great thing for this country. I would just give a time example in that when I was growing up, one of the first presidential elections that I paid attention to was President Clinton when he first ran. And that whole campaign cycle versus anything that we've seen post-Obama are just different. We used to, in America, be at a point where we would agree to disagree and just table certain things. But now, I think there's more of an advocacy towards violence and unrest as tools to effect change. And that's extremely dangerous to endorse, no matter who you are. But the fact is, we've seen the mainstream media do this, endorse violence only on behalf of certain beliefs and certain groups, and then condemn it in other places. So unless we're condemning extremism and violence wholesale, it's going to keep reappearing. And the thing of it is, you can only do that for so long in America before the entire thing goes up, right? In the years preceding the Civil War, there was unrest in many, many places, but there was also violence in many, many places. But violence is such an easy thing to spread. And the results of violence are such an easy thing to spread because correctly applied, violence is a great tool. And I mean that just in the warfighting sense, right? Not anywhere else. But when people say violence is not the answer, that's not wholly correct. Because sometimes judiciously applied violence is the answer. I mean, we've seen it as part of our society. There's a reason that we have a death sentence available in America, because it's judiciously applied violence. Warfare is judiciously applied violence, and it has a place. It gets things done. But it's a very, very narrow application where that's effective. If we're just trying to affect political change in our own country for things that are not life and death matters, that's not a place for violence, right? So if we could step away from that as a modality of affecting change, and if we could step away from endorsing it as a modality to affect change, I think we'd be better off as a society. But because there's such a lack of civic knowledge on how to actually affect change, people will resort to what is instinctual, and violence is instinctual. So unless we're out here educating all of our society, from grade school children all the way through functional adults, about how to peacefully advocate for change and to do so politically in a lasting way, then we are going to resort to the only other societal option, which is violence. And we've seen that.
That's, again, one of the reasons why I like veterans like yourself telling stories about what is an ultimate form of violence and warfare. I guarantee there's and I'm guilty of this once in a while. I'm like, let's save the republic already. Like, let's fight, let's get it over with. But that's so destructive. Our country would never be the same.
No, it would not.
It would be destroyed. We can't have another civil war. And I don't know how we managed it the first time to come out of the Civil War and come back and build like we did and be one of the best nations, the best nation on the face of the planet ever. is amazing. It's a miracle. I don't see that happening again.
No. If we had a civil war, the only reason that the Civil War worked out well in terms of being able to repair the country post Civil War was the fact that we had no other competitors, right? We did not. We were still coming to rest on a nation that we hadn't even fully conquered in 1864, right? And so it was all this untapped potential that's out there. But now that humanity has reached to every corner of the globe, and now you have superpowers like China, you have superpowers like Russia, and then you have other fairly decent regional powers with like your European Union, things of that nature. And let's not discount Japan and all of the Pacific Rim. But what I'm trying to say here is there are so many other predators at the door that if we did them the favor of collapsing ourselves, we would become subject to another nation. And that is the end result. The end result of a civil war here is not to restore the republic. It would not take us back to whatever time in America's past that those who advocate for it are trying to get to. That's not the end result. The end result of a civil war in America is the complete and utter destruction of our society, and it would leave us subject to the control of another nation that would never, ever enact a constitution like we have, and we would never again know freedom in this country, let alone the world, if we were to do so. So at all costs, we must avoid a civil war.
What was your favorite military firearm? And you can include, heavier weapons too. It doesn't just need to be like a 5.56.
Thurman Merman was my favorite one. So the 50 cal that I inherited from Levi, he had named Thurman Merman, and that's the fat little kid off of Bad Santa, right? And that kid's always like raising hell. So I enjoyed the 50 cal. It's such a superb weapon, and it had not really functionally changed from its introduction to the time that I had it. Since I've been out, there's a couple changes that have been made to the trigger grips and adding a safety. Like ours didn't even have a safety. So that's why we rolled in condition 3 with ours. But what a great weapon. You can fire that thing single shot and put a scope on it and really reach out and touch people, which is what Carlos Hathcock did in Vietnam. He had a scoped out version of a M250 cal, and he was doing good work. Or you can just absolutely rain hell on somebody by feeding a full belt through. And there is no mistaking when that 50 cal fires, because the whole vehicle shakes, and there's two different pings and clings that you're going to hear, because the brass casing makes its own different pitch away from what the links sound like when they're falling. But to hear that thing, ping, 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 and then having your whole vehicle rocking back and forth, it's like an experience. And that will forever be my gun.
What about personal carried in the military, stuff that's portable?
Personal carry in the military?
Yeah.
I really loved my M4. I would take that thing anywhere. I put my own scope. So I bought a civilian scope for my M4 in Afghanistan for $13. I bought a Nikon M223 with a bullet drop compensator, right? So it's designed for the M4 platform. It's like, this is smart. And it was a 4-power scope, but it was longer, right? And ACOGs are about yay long. My scope was this long. I wanted it so that I didn't have to get as close to IEDs, and I could still have a variable zoom, and I could figure out what was going on, right? Distance is your friend when it comes to explosives. This made sense to me. Where it didn't make sense was to the Marine Corps officer that found me on board Sangin, and he was eyeballing me up and down for about 10 minutes. And he said, "Hey, Staff Sergeant, what are you doing here?" Like, I'm just here to work. I'm an EOD guy. He's like, no. What are you doing with that scope on your weapon? I was like, oh. And I explained to him the virtues of that scope as I just did to you. He's like, well, you need to take that off. I said, no. He said, well, it's not issued, and so you need to take it off. I said, well, Gunner, that's fine, but this is a better platform than what that ACOG is, and it allows me more lethality and survivability. It's like, no, you need to take it off. It's like, well, I disagree with you, sir, and I don't work for you. And this is one of the rare times that I got real jumpy. And so I said, I'm just going to leave that on there until I hear otherwise from my chain of command. And so then I heard from my chain of command, because he did what he does, and found my chain of command. And so there was a real back and forth on it. I was real adamant about not wanting to get rid of that scope. I understand it was not Marine Corps issue, but in my mind, it just made total sense. This is a better platform for me to have on this gun, and I don't see why I should take it off. So my M4 with that bullet drop compensated scope, that was my favorite platform.
Did they make you take it off eventually?
Yep. But it was fine. I took it off for the last month of Afghanistan, and I ended up not going outside the wire for that last month, because like we were transitioning out anyway. So it was kind of one of those, well, okay, I don't need it anymore, so I'll let you win. I'll take this off. But like, had I been still out for combat operations, it would have stayed. I would have died on that hill.
Couldn't they have given you something else that was similar capabilities, but in the supply chain, or they just didn't care enough?
They didn't care enough.
That's crazy.
And my MOS was not a shooter MOS, so the shooters get the good glass. I didn't. I was just trying to make up for it.
There's an example of some stuff that civilians would hear that and be like, give the man a damn night force. At least give him a loophole.
Right. I mean, I guess I could have started carrying around the M110 if I wanted to.
Oh, that thing is heavy.
Yeah.
You already had a whole bag full of explosives. No thanks.
Exactly. I had a little bit of time with an M110. It was not my preferred weapon. So inside of EOD, M110s were used for what we call standoff munitions disruption. So if you have cluster bomb units or cluster mine units that have been deployed, rather than walking among that field of deployed munitions to get rid of them, you can shoot them with the M110, or you can shoot them with a 50 cal BMG and cause them to explode. So it's more economical. We had guys that used them for actual direct engagement purposes. I was not ever in a direct engagement with an M110. I fell in love with the M4, and I kept it with me everywhere I went. The one time I pulled my Beretta 9 in a combat situation, I had people immediately make fun of me. So we're on this highway called 606 South. It's in Nimroz province, Afghanistan. And we're traveling south, and we meet up with this unit that was folded in with Afghanistan National Guard, A&G guys, right? And we worked in IED, but up over the ridge, these A&G guys start engaging, right? And I'm cleaning up wire, I'm rolling it up, and they start engaging with this 50 cal, and I'm like, oh, fuck. So I threw that wire down, and I tucked in behind this truck. I was at the back end of it, and you know, all these trucks are in a convoy, so the driver and the passenger of this other truck are looking at me the entire time that I'm working. So I drop this wire, and I pull my 9, and then I lean out, and I look, and there's like 3 or 4 50 cals that are engaging. Like, what am I going to do with a 9mm from 1,000 meters? But it was just, even I had to laugh at it, because those guys in the truck, they're pointing at me and laughing. So I flipped them off, and I started laughing too, and I put my gun away. But it's like the training, you know, the training just takes over. So I didn't have a rifle on me, but I went for the one safety blanket that I did have, and come hell or high water, you know, that was going to take it. It's those kind of things that, you know, balance out the whole combat experience, because like, it's just funny. It was a silly little moment where 2 Marines got to laugh, I got to laugh. It was a good day.
So the M110, when they're shooting at bombs, there's a special round that they use for this?
Nope, ball rounds. Ball rounds are the most effective because they have the most kinetic energy slamming into it. So the fusing on most cluster bomb units and some of the cluster mines that we have, the fusing is actually super, super sensitive. So, so much so that we advocate not picking those things up, because just picking them up and rotating them might cause them to go off. So hitting some of those units with a ball round M110 is perfect and would cause it to go off. You can also get, in training, I used a 50 cal to get a artillery round to detonate. So just by shooting an artillery round with a 50 cal ball round. I was able to get it to go off. So
Pretty cool.
it was a fun time. 29 Palms was good.
I did not. I mean, civilians have access to tannerite. I imagine hitting an artillery round with a rifle with a 50 cal has got to be a lot of fun.
It was, but what we're trying to achieve is not a big explosion, which we would call a high order explosion. We were trying to get what we call a low order explosion. So you're just trying to crack that casing and make the explosives on the inside angry enough to start burning and maybe get a small explosion. But when it comes to explosives, if they're not fully encased, they're not going to blow big, right? So the whole point was to crack that round open so that we could get the explosives inside to, burn themselves out or give a low energy detonation. And it worked.
So I suppose you have to be a pretty decent shot to start employing a rifle against bombs.
You do. And so most of the shooters that we had inside EOD are good. EOD in itself, all 4 branches get to set the standards that they want. The Marine Corps is different in that we don't allow first-term Marines to be inside of EOD. We don't. You have to re-enlist, and then you have to have what's called a GT score of 110, which is a fairly high intelligence score. And then when we do the screening process, you come to us for an interview. We also get to look at the rest of your Marine Corps record. And if you're not pulling high scores across everything, we don't need you. And nor do we want you, because we have to go fold in with the infantry. And if we cannot complement what the infantry is doing, then you're a detriment. And we don't want you if you're going to be a detriment. So unless you're increasing combat firepower and combat maneuverability, you're not going to be part of EOD.
Favorite MRE?
Ooh, favorite MRE. So not one, but there's a technique when it comes to MREs. So there's 2 boxes, A menu and B menu, right? And they've changed these over the years. But what I did when I first started convoying into Iraq is I had a little 5-star notebook that I wrote down all the ingredients of each different menu item, so that when I walked up to a box, I knew what I was going to get in total in the MRE. But what you need to do with MREs is save certain items so that you can make yourself a feast later on. So if you want to make a good peanut butter cracker with cocoa powder on it, you could do that. You can take some of the main menu items from other places, because the one crime that the government committed against all of us was by not including a packet of peanut butter and jalapeno cheese in every MRE, right? It just wasn't available like that. I wish it was, but it wasn't. So you had to kind of fish around and wait for it. We had one gunny that was adamant about the ravioli. If you opened a box of MREs and you didn't give him the ravioli MRE, you could stand by for some pain, because that was his favorite.
Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, maybe there's a call to action. Put I'm sure that the guy's still in. That's still a menu item. Peanut butter and jalapeno cheese in every MRE.
Every MRE. It needs to be present in every MRE.
What about, did you ever do any local cuisine?
No, I kind of, well, a little bit. I was not out and about to like just go try some cuisine. Sometimes on patrol you could pick up like some flatbread, right? And that was cool to just stuff in your dump pouch. Or if you were at like a key leader engagement, a KLE meeting, sometimes they would have tea and bread and stuff. So it was polite and it helped to get that around. But when we were in Afghanistan, we were in this compound that had like a brick building. And so what EOD tends to do is make things very, very homey as much as possible, because EOD, we get to have our own private compound because of the materials and the computer systems that we have and the ordnance publications. So we live very much by ourselves. And so we make it much better than what everybody else has. And so our guys in Sangin that we were going to relieve had a small kitchen that they had made, and they had an oil fryer, right? And so one of the guys that was on the outgoing tour, Dan McCarty, had, for several weeks on patrol, he would attempt to talk to children to find chicken, right? And so he would bark, bark, several weeks, and he finally got kids to sell him frozen chicken, but it was USDA grade frozen chicken. No clue where it came from. But he bought chicken, so he paid American money and got chicken. So we had fried chicken one night in Afghanistan. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. But all thanks to McCarty's hard work. Buck, buck.
That's awesome. The kids, huh? Yeah, that's amazing. All right, what was your favorite camouflage color?
Desert tans, hands down. So when we first started, the thicknesses of the fabric were different. Greens were heavier, and they were meant to be like a little bit colder weather, woodlands. Obviously, the desert's hotter, so they would wear out differently. But desert camis, when you got them to the correct level of broken in, it was like wearing a t-shirt all the time. When the Marine Corps came out with frogs, that was great because the actual chest panels were t-shirt material, and then the sleeves were camouflage material. But even the frogs were a little bit lighter and thinner. So those were great. But I think my favorite item to wear was flight suits. My first EOD tour in Iraq, they gave us tan flight suits. And it was super easy to just be hanging around the EOD shop wearing flip-flops, silkies, and a t-shirt. And then when it was time to like get out the door, you zip that up and then you go get the truck ready. You know what I mean? And I could get the truck ready in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And I say that because Elvis Presley's Burning Love is about that long. And so I would play that song, and then by the time Burning Love got over, the truck was ready, and we're ready to go out the door.
So just straight tan, not 3-color desert, not digital desert, just straight up tan flight suit.
Straight up tan flight suit.
Okay, that's a new one. Favorite military vehicle or aircraft? Or watercraft, since you're...
Oh, man. Humvees were all right. So when I first convoyed into Iraq, we had no windows. We had L-shaped doors that were just thin steel, and we had sandbags in our floorboards. That was our protection. I liked the JERVs, the Joint Emergency Response Vehicles, as an EOD vehicle. I liked the 4-wheeled better than the 6 because you could get them into more places. But I would say hands down, my favorite was the Huey helicopter. One, it was so iconic to me growing up. Like every 80s action movie that we had, you know, there was like Hueys. But I got to do a EOD response in a Huey once. Coolest thing I ever did. We were up at Al Assad, and there was a Navy EOD team that worked down in Hit, Iraq. And they were supporting 1-7 at the time, but there was a main bridge that had been blown out, right? So 1-7 was on patrol. They discovered an ID, but the Navy team would have taken like 6 hours to get to them because they had to drive down to Ramadi, which is where the next bridge was, cross the river, and then come back up. And so we get a call, and they're like, hey, can you guys hop on a bird and just fly down there, do a response, and then come back? Like, yeah, we can. So my gunny said, it's you and me. We're going to go just grab a robot, grab a couple drop charges, and then like 2 or 3 rolls of what we call non-L. It's a plastic tube with a RDX powder on the inside and a blasting cap on the end. So you can just hook it in, reel it out, and then you pull your igniter and it flashes down, makes things go. So I grab a couple of these things and hit a backpack, and we grab a robot and just drove up to the flight line. They put us in a Huey, and then we flew down there, landed us, we got out, Huey takes off to go refuel, and we told him like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever. We'll be ready. If it takes you longer to get fuel, cool in the gang. Thanks for the ride. So we get there, and the Marines on the ground are like, oh, thank God, finally EOD's here, because we have a lot of people that we need to go help, right? So oftentimes it would take us a long time to get to people. That was the big running joke. It's like, oh, you guys take forever. What are you guys doing? But the second thing they asked, they're like, is it the Navy guys? Like, no, it's not the Navy guys. And collectively, the entire platoon's like, thank God. So we get this robot going in like 10 minutes. It was a 107 rocket that was kind of under a lip of asphalt. We get it out, we blow it. And then Gunny tossed me a yellow smoke grenade. He's like, pop smoke, air's inbound. So I pop smoke, this Huey landed, and we got out.
That is cool.
Totally sweet day. I was like, man, kid in a Christmas, like this was the coolest thing that I've ever done to date.
Nice. I'm glad I asked that question. All right, last one. How do you feel about becoming an action figure?
How do I feel about becoming an action figure? I discussed this with my family at the dinner table the other day. I think they're more excited than I am. I think it's neat in that, one, for my kids, they'll be able to see it, but two, the entire concept that you've got going here, which is not just the production of another toy, but a production of what is essentially somebody's life. Like, there's a story with each one of these, which, if there wasn't a story here, I would not have signed on, right? But because there's such a compelling story and the entire mentality of this project is correct, I feel good about it. I mean, it's kind of neat to say that, that's going to be my face on that thing, and to be able to get into the hands of young people across America and, inspire them in the same way that I was inspired as a young kid to even start thinking about the concept of service as a military person. I'm grateful for it. It's really nice.
So it's actually a good learning opportunity to use some of those tools and equipment that we haven't gotten to use because we've concentrated for so long in the past 12 years on combat missions, that it's nice to get back to the core competencies and the basics of the EOD field while still keeping all of the combat lesson learned alive and around for all the people that are coming into the field.
do you have a particular office in mind? And I know that's a lot to just say, yeah, I would do this, but we've had one gentleman involved in this podcast, one veteran who said, yeah, I'll be Secretary of Defense. I can do it. I know I can. What do you think would be the highest office or the highest calling that you would take or that you feel equipped to?
That I would take? Are we talking about magic wand, perfect? Like, I would like to do both the governor office for my state, because I feel I owe a lot to my state, but I think I could do a lot as the President of the United States.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I smile because it's awesome. I believe you can do it. So, all right, so you would willingly be President of the United States.
I would.
How, is there anything you need to do to prepare yourself to get there? Or is it simply a matter of waiting for the time to come?
I think service as a governor would be very helpful, just because the South Dakota is set up almost identically to our national constitution. So having two houses and then running as an executive does a lot.